Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are, and so do you. You know who you are as well. Welcome to today's live stream. It is Thursday, the 9th of October, where I am in the wonderful land of Oz. If you are joining me internationally and you haven't reached Thursday yet, let me just tell you the future is bright, ladies and gentlemen. And today we're going to be taking, I guess, a little divergence to where we have been recently, which is pretty much just down the pipeline of constant global politics. What's going on in Israel, what's going on in Palestine, what's going on in the US constantly, that amazing reality TV show that we're constantly bombarded with in the West, and then all the other global politics that have been going on with things like NATO and France's very, very all over the place political circumstances at the moment. We're going to be specifically looking at today the AI revolution and how that relates to surveillance capitalism and techno feudalism. So, if you're interested in that, then this is the stream for you and for you too. Remember that. 4AS is in the house. Yo, 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 yo. What's up? What's up? Give up your AI jobs. It's good to have you, 4AS. Ninja Nurse in the house. Yo, yo, yo. Got my day off from Capital today. Congratulations. That's nice. I'm glad to see that you are free from the clutches of Capital and you're able to join us as we dive into the world of AI. And speaking of particular professions, accountants and nurses, it would seem that these are industries that are potentially in the sights of the coming AI revolution and how it's going to replace workers all around the world. So we've been obviously bombarded with this narrative a lot recently, over the last 12 months now. I would say it's been pretty hardcore. We've jumped from, AI kind of being the wonder tool that's going to reshape the entire human race, to kind of the lesser of that mythology that's been peddled by the tech bros themselves, downgraded a lot into, hey, is this just an AI bubble now? Is this really going to happen? And so we've seen the shift, I think, over the last 12 months from absolute awe, wonder, and high-scale positivist mythology to the reflection and the inverse of that, which is all speculation, skepticism, and like a downright disdain for this idea that AI is going to actually do more damage than it purports to do good. And I think, yeah, a lot of that is just driven by the fact that our tech bros, the AI controllers of that means of production, have just been selling constantly these weird narratives. How, in 6 months' time, you're never going to recognize planet Earth again. Everyone was going to be out of work and we're all going to be living in a utopia or a dystopia of some sort. And like nothing really has changed. Like, yes, we've gotten a new fancy chat GPT or something like that, but, so what? I can have a better conversation now. I can write a nicer letter. It can help me search things easier than Google can. Like, what's the actual material benefit of all the stuff that's been happening that comes out of this AI revolution? And so we're going to take a specific look at this today. We're going to go down a pipeline of, I guess you would say, left-wing intellectual thought on this topic. And we're going to start off with Senator Bernie Sanders, who is coming out and saying some stuff about the AI revolution that is coming and the implications that it has for the working class, and we'll go on from there. YouTube chat got to catch up and make the roll call. Yeah, it's all going off on Twitch today, unless I can't see it for some reason. No, you can see it. Dilemmas, haha, take that, creatives. And you thought us lowly factory workers would be replaced first. Isn't that funny, actually? Isn't that funny that you say that? Welcome, Dilemmas. Cheese Swiss in the house too. I don't think AI would want to do my job. You can't program the special kind of insanity healthcare workers have. That's funny. Mr. Met, you can make Hegseth talk about fatties in the Pentagon. I can for IS. I definitely can. And that's what AI is really on the cusp of doing right now. It's revolutionizing, as Dilemmas has put it, the creatives. No longer are we going to have whole marketing teams and production teams to make those 30-second commercials that annoy you between your content viewing on things like YouTube, or if you still watch television and things like that. No, that'll all be done by AI generation soon, and that's where the billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars of investment through venture capital firms is going to make 30-second clips where I can take Pete Hegseth's face and dub it over and show how absurd that man really is. And that's the billions of dollars that have been invested into the AI revolution so far have gotten us to this point. Hello, Packy 21 FM. Some interesting symbology down there in the chat and in the comment section. I wonder if you're referencing Buddhist culture there or something else. What's cracking, you bundle of sticks? It's Jerry Poppins in the house. I think you're making a reference to a faggot there, which is a bundle of sticks. So if you're referring to me as a bundle of sticks, then I will cop that one on the chin. Thank you very much, Jerry Poppins. Your warriors, remember, ladies, you got to be able to bench press your commanding officer or you're out, which is pretty much what Pete Hegseth said when he was addressing his generals. Now, I don't know if everyone has watched the Pete Hegseth addressing his generals speech that happened, I think it was last week, where he got, basically 800 of the most senior American military personnel who are stationed around the world. They're not just like hanging out in the Pentagon waiting to have meetings with Pete Hegseth. They've got flown in from around the world. Yeah, they got flown in from around the world. I think it's because of the bundle of sticks reference. I just got censored on TikTok for that, or it might be because someone's put a SWAT sticker in the chat. I can't tell, but I've been censored on TikTok. I can't speak on TikTok for that. I got censored for saying Rans Tifa. No joke. What, you can't say trans Tifa? I thought that was like the safe word that we could get around the censor, calling it trans Tifa. Let's see if you got picked up on Twitch on my end. Yeah, no, I can't see it on my end. It didn't even go through. Wow, you got done, 4AS. Wow. Poor 4AS. Poor 4AS. But yes, I'm not sure if you saw Pete Hegseth's address to his generals, but it was ludicrous. It was absolutely ludicrous. And he was speaking kind of about not wanting to see, fat generals around the halls of the Pentagon anymore. And if they can't do their PT, then they're out. And he was saying, look, I like all the service that women have given us, but, if I was on a battlefield and I needed them to pull my body off or out of the line of fire, and they can't do that, they can't pick me up and drag me off, then I don't want them in the army anymore. So it was a crazy speech. And then he was referring to soldiers that have beards as beardos, and they need to be purged from the armed services, as like discounting, of course, the special services. That's fine. That's not a problem, apparently. So it was interesting. It's been picked up by the algo. It's official. Recreated a word that's censorable. I know. I was really sure. I thought trans Tifa would get past because it's not the whole word. But we got done. I'm sorry. It was good while it lasted. Dilemmas. Typical Hegseth speech. Warrior ethos, MAGA, Murica, warrior ethos, lethal, deadly. Warrior, Murica, grooming standards, fat America. Yeah, fair enough. That was pretty much the agenda too. I think you should be on the writing staff. You've missed your calling, dilemmas. It's been picked up by the. Oh, sorry, I wrote that. Trans Tifa. That got through. Wasn't censored that time. That's interesting. Ah, yes, the ultimate. This could have been an email meeting. Yeah, but there's nothing like fat shaming people live and pulling them from the other side of the world to fat shame them. You can't do that through an email. That's for sure. So anyway, on to the topic of the day. We're going to have a look at how, I guess, people are starting to, like politicians, big figures that aren't in the AI space. So they're not your Mark Zuckerbergs of the world. They're not your Sam Altmans of the world or your Elon Musks. We're going to have a look at how they are interpreting the mythology, the build-up, and the slop that is coming out around this idea that AI is about to take over the world economy and replace all workers. It's going to basically, it's going to take your job, like kind of thing, They took our jobs, like that type of stuff. That rhetoric, that fear-mongering to get people on board with AI investment and to be scared enough to want to integrate AI into their businesses so they don't miss out. I think that's what the tech bros have been doing to a large extent. They have got this technology, they've spent a lot of money on it. It's all been through venture capital and they're wanting some return on their investments, but they haven't found real applications for it yet. So they're turning around to the business community with a lot of hype and sending out like all of this high profile propaganda through things like, that Diary for a CEO and all that type of stuff, those sort of channels to get to the business community to be like, look, the AI revolution is coming. You don't want to be on the back foot, do ya? Do ya? And so they say things like, integrate it into your workspace now before it's too late and you get left behind. And then like those who don't adapt will die out. And so people have been adapting it, but it hasn't actually, like I said, got any real world applications apart from writing nice emails and maybe like being used as a good chatbot and replacing some of like the between different jobs and personnel, some customer service kind of function, but it hasn't been applied holistically as they were promising us 12 months ago. And so, yeah, what's the response that's coming now from the political establishment, from left-wing thought leaders or intellectuals with regards to that? We're going to have a look at that today. Ollie Atlas is here. Hello. Welcome. We actually had a look in the afters yesterday, Ollie Atlas. I don't think you were around for that part of the stream, but we answered or we took on one of your hot takes in Discord yesterday. I can't remember what was your hot take again. Exactly. Oh, there should be an age limit for elected officials with the higher rank, the higher the limit. We had a look at that one yesterday, which was interesting. Ninja Nurse, fat shame the guy with missiles. Smart. Yeah, I know, right? My patients come to the hospital to abuse real people, not this woke vaccine loving AI hoo-ha. Yeah, I know, right? Absolutely. Yeah, they want to yell at someone real, not have an AI be like, I'll get back to you, Barry. I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you. I'll think about it. They want somebody that gets emotional feedback, that gives emotional feedback. When you yell at them, they want to see that it's getting under your skin. But AI, nothing gets under AI's skin. And that's the truth. So let's have a look. I'll shut up and we'll let Bernie Sanders talk because Bernie's just come out. I think it was just yesterday. He came out with something about AI could wipe out the working class. So this is another form of fear mongering. I'm hoping and assuming it's fear mongering of the working class protectionist type, as in like, oh no, like there is an actual threat here to our interests as the working class, so we're going to keep across this, as opposed to, like I was saying, the tech bro fear-mongering that comes out with AI, which is all, oh, you better get on this technology out of fear of being left behind. And like, what does fear of being left behind really mean? Like, honestly, do you know what I mean? Like, what does that actually mean? Do they just mean like they want businesses to take this up because they want a return on their investment? So they're fear-mongering everyone into buying this technology that doesn't do anything yet? I think it's more that. But like from him, it's probably a different story. So let's have a listen to what Sanders has to say. Mr. Sanders. Let's start this one again. Let's have a look. See. All right. Let's do this. Shall we? What's this GIF here? Dr. Nathan's in the house. It looks. I'm gonna come. What's that? We have got a GIF in Discord if you're interested. Here comes Big Chungus. And Dr. Nathan's in the house. I can't wait for all the tech pro entrepreneurs to realize that after they replace all the workers with AI, that AI doesn't buy the products that they sell. Yes. Yes. And I don't think they really care about that either, because that's somebody else's part of the economy. The governments will have to deal with that. But they'll just keep on producing crap, and they'll control us through different mechanisms like UBI and surveillance, general surveillance state and authoritarian control, all that sort of stuff. So much for the free market. That's all I have to say. All right, let's have a listen.
Thanks very much for joining me. You know, in the midst of these unprecedented and crazy times, government shutdown, Trump's devastation of healthcare in America, climate change, the move toward authoritarianism, the horrific war in Gaza, the growth of oligarchy, etc., etc., etc. I want to take a few minutes talking about another issue of enormous consequence that just doesn't get the kind of attention I think it deserves. Everybody agrees that artificial intelligence, AI, and robotics are going to have a transformative impact on our country and the world. There is
Everybody agrees.
Disagreement about that.
Everyone agrees. It's going to have a big impact. Nobody knows how, but everyone agrees it's going to be huge. It's going to be massive.
There are, however, very strong disagreements as to what those impacts will be, who will benefit from these changes, and who will be hurt. So here is my take. Some of the very wealthiest people in the world, including Elon Musk, Larry Ellison, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, and others, are now investing hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars into these revolutionary, transformative technologies. Now, why is that?
What?
Why are they doing
Why is that? Because they're capitalists, and that's what capitalists do. Come on. That's why they're doing this. And they think that, controlling this new technology is the gateway, is the key to he or she who controls the future. That's what it's really about. That is going to be above your head until Avalava talks. I get it. I see. Just the GIF playing of him saying, I'm going to come. Thank you. Thank you. You bastard. Well played. That's the AI marketing team's problem now. Yeah, I know, right? As for companies that won't be able to afford the costs that come with AI workers, well, they'll disappear. They'll die because they'll have to upfront the cost of real workers. And people are expensive. You can upfront the cost of AI, which is very expensive, but it should balance out with just maintenance costs. But workers, back in the day, now I'm not sure if this is true. Actually, let's fact check this, because this is an interesting insight into the true nature of capitalism. But I've heard it said, I think it was by David Harvey, potentially even Yanis Varoufakis, that at the height of Fordism, which seems to be this iconic time in American history that was emblematic of the height of industrial capitalism in the American sense. At the height of Fordism, Ford was actually paying out 80% of his costs. The costs of the corporation were actually paying wages. 80%. 80%. Let's fact check that before I go on a rant, shall we? During the height of Fordism, in early 20th century America. I have heard it claimed that car manufacturers were paying out up to 80% of their costs to cover wages. Can you clarify or verify this statement? Exaggerated. Here's a likely breakdown. Let's see what it comes down to. Wage is a fraction of selling price. Maybe very early luxury handcrafted cars, but still 80% seems high. But there's no good evidence that wages represented 80% of auto manufacturing. The realistic estimates for labor might reach about 20 to 30% in some cases, material, parts, machinery, and others, but not 80%. So that is completely been smashed to pieces by our AI research assistant. But let's just say it's 20 to 30% for this argument's sake until it thinks more about that. So it's 30%. So a third, let's say a third of the cost of running your business or your enterprise goes to paying wages for workers. If you have like this massive upfront payment and you buy some crazy AI system that replaces, I don't know, half your workers, let's just say, then you've saved potentially 15% of your overall costs. Now, in the first year, once you bought that technology and you implement it, you're not going to feel that. But like compoundingly, 15% every year, or not compoundingly, but in the aggregate, 15% a year savings costs should end up nicely compensating your profit margins. It's another huge cost that the capitalist doesn't have to upfront. Wages are always an issue in terms of cost because in many countries, especially ones that have decent standards, regulations, and rules, you don't just have you don't have just wage costs exactly. You have things associated with that as well. So you have issues with like paying out sick leave and holiday leave and all of the other issues that come with having a large workforce issues, but like extra expenses that come with dealing with a large workforce. So all I'm trying to make the point of is that if the companies that can't afford to have AI can't afford in the long run to compete on the market anymore because the other companies don't have the same labor costs, I think they will just die. I think those companies will die. And that's a natural trajectory of capitalism as well. It's called the laws of coercive competition. And as the technology increases, the ones that can't catch up and afford that technology get muscled out of the market because they have costs that the others don't. And it's only really boutique businesses that are able to keep up with the old ways, but that's because they're in a very niche market and people pay a lot for their products because it is niche and it is boutique. But that is a very, very small section of the community or the market generally. And so, if your company is large enough to afford AI in the first place, because the upfront cost is huge, and then you're able to implement it and then save on labor costs that other people can't compete with, that's where it all comes down. And that's how they're choosing to phase out workers at the moment. In the medium term or the short term, I think like a lot of companies are just testing out this technology and they're actually putting it on their workers. Like we've seen ample evidence from people clipping posts of people talking about it because they're they're working in existing corporations, and even people in our own Discord server who've been like, oh yeah, check this out, this is what my company is saying. And my company is saying things like, if you don't figure out, there's no more business cases, there's no more hiring, you figure out how to get with the stuff that you have, you figure out how to integrate AI into your workloads and your existing workloads. Figure out a way to get AI to help you with your work, because we're not doing any more hiring at the moment. And if you can't find a way to integrate AI, you're fired, kind of thing. So the company turns around and puts the pressure on the workers, the existing employees at the company, to make a way for AI to work, because they want to spend money on this technology to, again, remove the need to have workers. As workers are not just a cost, in the sense that, they're a massive outlay of capital in and of themselves, through having to pay wages and conditions and all that sort of stuff. They're also a variable that is unpredictable. Workers will do things like strike and organize and, expect things. Like I said, they'll take sick days and stuff. AI doesn't take a sick day, and AI can work 24/7. Like, if you have a call center, the call center closes. But if you have AI customer service, people can get customer service from a computer 24/7. And so, that sort of stuff will eventually impact other players in the market. And if they can't offer the same standard now, which is 24 hours, 7-day-a-week customer service, then no one's going to buy their products anymore. So this sort of stuff, though, is as old as capitalism itself, right? I dug into primary and secondary sources, ran the numbers. Short answer: there is no solid evidence the mainstream car maker under Fordism were paying out 80% of their costs in wages. That 80% figure appears to be confusion or misattribution. Give me the summary. I can go to the next step. No. Short verdict: mass producers in the Ford era. No mainstream evidence. Labor costs per car were a large part of the earliest car phase. Okay. Hasn't given me an actual figure, though. It keeps appearing. Misreading. A historian notes that payroll per car was 100, and the absolute number can be misrepresented as wages were 100% or 80% of costs. In others, so it appears, but they're just disputing whether it's the right arithmetic. That's interesting. Very interesting. The 80% number that circulates in some secondary accounts is not a recorded wage share. A plausible source of confusion is another 80% statistic in the literature about industry. i.e. 80% figure exists, but it refers to a different accounting quantity, not wages, as a share of costs. Okay. Right. Interesting. All right. Back to Bernie Sanders. I've cut him up for too long. Grand Tifa's in the house. Yo. Considering water is life, I fear too much AI will mean less water, or that humans and livestock will absorb the cost of desalination while AI consumes fresh. Yeah, isn't that an interesting concept as well? That in order of priority, AI gets dibs on the water first, the nice land resources, etc., etc. It is an interesting concept, that's for sure. They get first dibs, but that's the way that capitalism works, right? Economic production is way more important than anything else, even social production. And that's one of the contradictions of capitalism, is that, you need humans to make capitalism work. Capitalism can't get out of the way of its own need to reproduce the economy at all costs. And so if the means of production, so in this case, AI, requires a lot of fresh water and a lot of land, and what else? What is one of the other impacts has been? And electricity. And in the modern age, humans need electricity and water to survive, and it eats all of those things up. Then it's destroying the very basis of the society that it's seemingly going to serve. I guess that's why we have, the transhumanist approach that is coming out of the big tech bros at the moment. They are looking to create technology that means they can live forever. I don't think they're really particularly worried about the human race surviving as long as they do. That's the real thing. At least we have rain, right? Well, it's worse for you the drier your area is. Yeah. Water won't be the issue. Wait till the A. The suspense is killing me. Did you cut the sentence off, sure? Or am I supposed to know what that means? Wait till the A? Ah, yes, more dry incoming. Take away electricity and water as long as we can make a little bit more profit. Yeah, and like experimental profit as well. Let's be honest. It's not really at this point. This is the argument that I'm trying to, or the picture I'm trying to paint here is they actually don't know if AI has actually got any useful application in the economy at the moment. Like it makes some cool like memes. It makes some sick memes. But like, is there more to life than just making sick memes? Water won't be an issue. Wait until enough AI gets implemented in Australia and then the whole grid goes down because we can't run AI on renewables. Oh, fat fingers. Right. On renewables. Right, because it does need a lot of power. No, don't worry. The tech bros are working on that too. They're going to put nuclear reactors on the back of trucks and run them around the country. That's what they're proposing in America anyway. Crazy shit. If you thought a nuclear reactor was dangerous already, wait until it's on the back of a truck. And that's going to be fun. All right. Back to Bernie Sanders. Terminally online people. Is there more to life than making sick memes? It's a good point, actually. But I'm sure that's not what the tech bros had in mind when they were investing hundreds of billions of dollars in this technology. Not hundreds of millions, hundreds of billions of dollars in this technology. Grand Tifa, like that university using AI to catch AI in assignments and accusing people who were innocent. Ah, yes, the AI spiral. That's hilarious.
Is it because they want to improve the standard of living
No.
of the 60% of our people who
No.
live paycheck to paycheck? Americans who are struggling to pay for groceries,
America.
healthcare, housing, education? Maybe. Maybe they are staying up nights worrying about the working families of America. But I doubt it. I think it's because investing in AI and robotics will increase their already incredible wealth and power exponentially.
He did it. Say the thing.
Among other impacts, the artificial intelligence and robotics being developed by these multi-billionaires will allow corporate America to wipe out tens of millions of decent paying jobs, cut labor costs.
Remember how Bernie used to blame the millionaires till he became a millionaire, and now it's the billionaires' fault? That's pretty funny. Why? Because he owns a couple of houses? Is that why he's a millionaire? Is that what you mean? I mean, now it's the goddamn billionaires. They're the worst.
And boost profits. The result? The wealthiest people in the world will get even richer while working families lose their jobs and their income. And unless we act, here is, in my view, I don't claim to have all the answers, but in my view, this is what is likely to happen in the next 10 years. Now, as a member of Congress who vigorously opposed the disastrous trade agreements that decimated communities throughout this country, I, like most Americans, want to see manufacturing rebuilt in the United States of America. But let us be clear. New factories won't mean much for working people if the jobs are done by robots instead of human beings. Elon Musk has said he wants Tesla to build millions of robots. And what will these robots do?
Like, he's not wrong. Like, there is a lot of talk about like onshoring industry back into American soil to help actually make them more resilient in the face of the fact that China controls the entire of the industrial production capacity of almost the entire world, and America kind of fucked up big time by letting it all go overseas during the onset of the neoliberal era. They really fucked up that way, and they need to bring it back. But because of the technology now, it's not like they're just going to bring these factories back and everyone's going to go, I don't know, work on a production line somewhere. If they're going to bring all of this stuff, it's going to be stuff that is fully automated, and the only people that are going to be in there are like maybe technicians. They go in there every now and again, do some maintenance on the automation lines themselves. They're not going to be hiring, thousands and thousands of American workers to do this stuff. There are, places in China where they're even talking about fully automating like factories and replacing the Chinese workforce. So, it's modern industry doesn't mean more jobs, or like AI industry doesn't mean more jobs for working people. It means automated, like fully automated industry now. You know what? This is really a joke now. I don't know if I should have put the Discord thing above my head, but it's just going to be the way it is. This is it. It's going to be all above my head now. And I, for one, welcome our new AI overlords. That is a chat GPT symbol there. It's pretty funny. But now it looks like welcome to our new AI overlord above my head. Should I keep the I'm going to come one? Or should I keep the AI? I'll keep the AI overlord one, I think. But yeah, the AI overlords are coming, but they're going to be controlled by tech bros for a long time. I don't have any real hope for some super intelligent AI that's going to come over and save us all from the tech bros. It's going to be controlled by the tech bros, and they're going to use it to completely dominate all of us. I started something. Sorry. No. No, I think somebody started that the other day, and you are helping it live on. Damn it, live on. But yeah, he's right. New industry doesn't mean bringing new industry into your country doesn't exactly mean that it's going to employ tens of thousands of workers in new factories. It's going to be a couple of technicians looking after a lot of hardcore machinery.
Well, obviously, they will replace the men and women working in our factories, warehouses, and in restaurants and in other areas. That means millions of good jobs could disappear. It's not very complicated. And of course,
could you imagine that? Could you imagine if you went to Macca's, let's say, and you rocked up to the front, and they're already doing this. They're already automating parts of Macca's. You don't go to a person anymore to order, I don't know, whatever the fuck you buy, a Big Mac or something like that. You go to a machine and you pick what you want, and you swipe your card, and someone brings it out to you, or your number comes up and you go collect it yourself. There's minimal interaction between humans. It really is not a stretch to believe that soon at Macca's, at McDonald's, if anyone's listening to this internationally, and they're like, what is that guy talking about? If you go to McDonald's, it's not unusual or absurd to think that entire process could be fully automated soon. I think there's one in Town Hall, if I am correct, where you don't interact with anyone at all, and you can see the people working in the background, but you could see how they could easily be automated. Sorry, the entire burger making system could really just be done by machinery. And that's really interesting because in the post neoliberal American world, where they turned to get their surplus value in America was the hospitality industry, actually, after they destroyed all of the... Yeah, it's at Town Hall on George Street. Yeah, it's really weird, isn't it? It's pretty surreal stuff. And we're so far in the past here in Australia. I bet you, if you go to Japan or China or something like that, all the fast food is done like that. But yeah, it's just roller screens. You don't interact with a human at all, but they have a glass there so you can kind of see what the humans are doing in the background. But soon that'll just be a robotic arm that's doing what they're doing. Rows of screens take your order. And so this is something I've heard from David Harvey, and let's fact check this and see if there's any value to it. How many people are employed in the fast food sector in the US? How many people are of working age in the US? So that's the fast food industry employs 4.9 million people. And then there's about in restaurants and food services industry generally, that's 13.2 million people. Okay, so by measure, the working age population is about 212 million people in the US. So that's the ages of 15 to 64. All right. So we're looking at like in the restaurant and food services sector, we're looking at, you know, 5%, between 5 to 10% of the population, the working age population potentially, working in fast food. And so could you imagine if it wiped out like, you know, between 4 and 13 million jobs? Million, not like hundreds of thousands of jobs or something like that. We're talking about like potentially tens of millions of jobs being wiped out by automation. And this is a thing, like that's actual value creation stuff right there. Like these people are going somewhere and they're producing values like food that is like quickly consumed. So it's quick, fast-paced turnover. It's not like, I guess, industrial production where you're making products that might have a longer shelf life and last for a while circulating in the economy. If you eat a burger, it's gone, like kind of thing. But like there's an important point to that type of production in a capitalist setting because, you know, if somebody eats a burger, then like they're going to need another burger, so you have to keep producing them, and it's a good type of capitalistic production, and so that's where you get your surplus value from. But if machines just make it, then there's no surplus value being made in that process anymore. And so where's the basis for profits in America if you wipe out 4.6 to 3.2 million people in food services and the fast food sector? It's a large component of the working class in the US, like 5% potentially, maybe closer to 10%, depending on how you figure it out. And like, it's not like these people are like jet setting. They're not like the most affluent class of people either. The people that are working in the fast food sector or the restaurant and food services industry, generally, these are like proper, you know, these are working class people that are probably making minimum wage type arrangements here. And so you're disenfranchising a huge group of people by potentially wiping them out with AI. Like massive group of people there. Doink, doink. The robot implementation into fast food industry is already happening in Cali, I think. Yeah, there you go. It's pretty scary stuff. Seriously, though, some jobs can be replaced by AI, but should they? What's the human cost? How do you feed your family if you don't have the brain to be a surgeon or something like that? The class war has a new battlefield. Woolies checkouts are being replaced by robots. Medical secretaries are being replaced by AI appointment booking systems. So how do we redeploy them? And I don't think they're going to redeploy them, Ninja Nurse. This is what I'm talking about here. You have an army of 4.6 to 3.2 million people potentially that will just be, I believe, out of work. It's like that's what happened when American manufacturing went overseas. They found other industries to try and absorb the industrial reserve army. So basically, that's a nice Marxian way of saying the unemployed. They found a nice way of integrating them in because they changed the consumer class. People started consuming more fast food and going out to more restaurants. Like back in the 50s, people used to eat at home a lot more. But like now, people really go out a lot. Or they eat out a lot. They have takeout and all that sort of stuff. Click. Yes. All right. I click. Toot on, son. Toot on. That's hilarious. I'll keep that one going above my head if I can. Our East Safety Karen is gearing up to take on the ultimate Chad Tech Bro mask about the arena footage of her getting killed by that black guy. She wants it scrubbed from Aussie social media. Oh, e-safety Karen. And yeah, the arena footage of her getting killed by the black guy. I don't know this reference. It's all coming to a head with digital ID. Capitalism doesn't care about the human cost. They should call and come hang out with Mr. E on Twitch. Damn right they should. Thank you, Ninja Nerd. I was thinking it. I was hoping somebody else would say it. But yes, they should come and fucking hang out here with us, and then we can talk about the class war and then what we need to do in order to organize to do something about the class war. So, in saying all of that, I really don't believe that, like, what Bernie Sanders is talking about, what he's concerned about is I have these same reservations. They're not creating AI to bring in some type of utopia where we all live this free and abundant existence because AI does all of the work. They're just going to slowly phase out sections of the working class that are necessary in the economic machine, and then like the governments of the world are gonna have to deal with that while they concentrate and own more and more of this really incredibly important means of production. I was waiting for you to come on. Where have you been? Bernie's been speaking for like we've been watching him for like 10 minutes, and that's the first time you said Bernie, psh, whatever. That's the first time. You could have said stuff before. Right? Like, look, I'll give it to him, and you watch this, and you tell me your thoughts on this, Jag. But like, yeah, he's not wrong when he's saying there is a massive concern here for what they potentially can do with the working class. I was at the gym. Yeah, well, look, let me just say this. Bernie Sanders ain't even warmed up yet, bro. We're only 3 minutes into a 12-minute piece. And so, like, there's plenty more Bernie for you to bathe in, eh, as you cool down. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. That's savage, bro. Calm down. You're going to make him cry. Calm down. The Ukrainian refugee that got stabbed in the neck in America, people, a complete media blackout till social media found out. Okay. Just before Kirk was shot. Oh, what? And our e-safety person is trying to shut that down. Okay. Sorry. I didn't understand the reference. What's the LWD coin? Owners have started harvesting biometrics of third world nations. Why is that needed? Digital colonialism. Eh? Bernie bowed to the Democrat machine. Yes, he did. But again, if we're going to use this analogy, even a broken clock is right twice a day. And his concerns about the impact of AI on the working class are not as fanciful as some of the ideas about how AI is going to basically deliver us some type of utopia. It can. All right, let me just clarify my argumentation here. AI can definitely help deliver us some type of utopia where we live in a world that actually provides economically for all people as opposed to a select group of people. We could definitely use AI to that effect. However, it's not going to happen when AI is in the hands of a select group of people that just want to control that so they can control the world. Kind of thing. I think I saw this. The union boss AI fears. Is this Sally McManus talking on 7:30 about this issue? Yeah, if this technology is just going to be controlled by tech bros, we're in for a rude shock, ladies and gentlemen. The answer is not UBI, Bernie. Well, it's something me and you can agree on there, dilemmas. All right, I'll let him continue because Jag really wants me to stop so he can listen to some more Bernie.
It's not just Musk. Amazon, owned by Jeff Bezos, has already laid off 27,000 workers since 2022. The company now has...
Is that true? I know I said I'd let him talk, but like, that's huge, man. Has Amazon laid off 27,000 workers in the US since 2022? Have you seen those Amazon factories though? Like the fulfillment centers? Like I'm not surprised at that if they have, because it's just like all the Roomba robots running everywhere. Is consistent with multiple reports with some important caveats. Amazon has laid about 27,000 people in various divisions. Refers to cuts in the 2022-2023. Some reports suggest that there have been additional smaller layoffs. Oh, 27,000 number refers strictly to US employees or global employees. But it's company wide. 27,000 people. Like, just say, could you tell me how much it would cost to pay 27,000 people minimum wage? Oh, damn. Can you tell me how much it would cost a year for a business to pay 27,000 people minimum wage in the US? Is there a minimum wage in the US, like a blanket minimum wage, or is it like state by state stuff? Sally for PM. Sir Sally for PM. That's right. Proper titles, please. Bernie is far from perfect, but at least a lot of the policies he has been consistent on are beneficial for the working class. He is better of all those US politicians. Amazon. I use AliExpress like a real Australian. Huh. Wow. Assumptions. Federal minimum wage. What? The American federal minimum wage is 7.25 cents an hour. What the fuck? How does anyone live in America? What is that? Is that real? Oh my God. Like, I know stuff is cheaper in the US, but that's fucking mental. Jesus. That's mental. I can get over that. So that's $407 million dollars a year. So you're saving $400 million bucks a year by cutting off 27, assuming they get paid $7.25 an hour. That's fucked. If they were being paid $15 an hour, so equivalent to 32,000 per annum, that's $906 million that you'd be saving. That's crazy. There is a federal minimum wage, and each state can have their own as well. It was 5.85 when I started working in HS. That was over 20 years ago. $5.85. What the fuck? Oh my God. That's mental. Yeah, wow. Look, I know your money goes further in the US because things are cheaper, but that's crazy. It's scary, actually.
There's more than 1 million robots working in its warehouses. And soon these robots...
Spend it all on Maccas and weed. Hey, I was stimulating the economy. That's what I was doing.
will outnumber human workers in Amazon
robots
facilities. In 2016, Foxconn, the massive manufacturing contractor for companies like Apple and Google, replaced 60,000 workers in a single huge factory in China with robots. Now, the company is planning fully automated factories. And just a few months ago, Foxconn CEO Young Liu predicted that artificial intelligence will make it unnecessary for large corporations to outsource jobs to low-wage countries. You know why? Because robots will be doing most of the manufacturing work.
See, that sort of stuff is scary from a global kind of capitalist perspective, if you ask me. Because my real... If we put on our Marxian analysis of capitalism here, right? like the capitalist system is not limited to America or one country or something like that. Like really, the capitalist system is completely global now. And so if China acts as the industrial basis for the entire world economy, and they've figured out through like attracting foreign investors, and like rapidly industrializing their society, which is incredible the way that they figured this out, to be honest. But like if they have tuned up the intensity of their industrial capacity so much that they're now replacing workers themselves. This is a weird turning point in the development of global capitalism, because for the most part, like look at the clothes that you're wearing right now. I could almost guarantee you, unless you made them yourself, like the clothes that you're wearing were probably made in somewhere like Bangladesh or Thailand or China or something like that. There are areas in the world where the working class still actually exists in the traditional sense. Like they actually use their labor power to make the everyday commodities that you own and that you use. And so it's not that the working class doesn't exist in your country anymore. It's just changed. It's not traditional industrial working classes of like, the 1850s or something like that. They exist. They just exist in like Bangladesh. But like if the Chinese are working because they're pushing ahead, they're not going to wait, and they've got the investment power to do this through foreign capital and their own state-owned enterprises, and they're going to start replacing the need for actual even third world workers, which is the basis at the moment for surplus value production. And like you might not want to get into Marxian analysis of the world, but like someone's got to produce for there to be a real basis for profit. Like countries just have fiat currency now; they can just print money. But like for there to be a real, actual basis for profit, like someone's got to produce the surplus value. There's got to be workers out there somewhere producing, like getting paid shit and producing more stuff, like more value than they actually get compensated for in their wages. So like everybody gets a little bit of extra value in the economy that we all live off. The surplus value is hugely important. And if the Chinese are developing systems of industry where they can literally just wipe out entire workforces and they can produce the exact same products now and they don't need any workers at all, this is a crazy, crazy time to be alive in. Like, honestly, crazy, crazy time. We could be witnessing the end of capitalism. And like I've labeled this stream today, we're talking about AI and like, wiping out all workers, but like we're also talking about techno feudalism. And so, one of the most, remember this, if nothing else, because it's really hard to conceptualize this because everyone talks about capitalism as this idea about like markets and stuff like that. And it is about markets, but it's never been about free markets. That's a lie. It is about markets and a market society. And it is about like money making things go round. And it is about the profit motive and all that sort of stuff. That's important. But at the end of the day, it really is of just a way that we organize society and our economy. And so like some people are the people that are in control and make the decisions in the economy, and some people do work and they trade their skills and their effort and their time just for a little bit of money so they can exist in that system. And so if fundamentally, if you disrupt that central relationship between them needing to be workers and people needing to own the means of production, you're actually changing capitalism itself. So, um, oh my God, I finally started reading your girl's book, Mr. E. You better say her name. Oh, are you referring to Shoshana Zuboff? Shoshana, baby, please. That's my girl. That's my girl. And yes, we are seeing potentially a change. Like, this is mental. What he's talking about here, Foxconn. Yes, the famous Foxconn and those massive corporations, like industrial powerhouses in China, where they have suicide nets out of their windows because people were so getting pumped so hard in China that, like, literally people were jumping out of the window and trying to commit suicide because they were working like in such factory like conditions. They were just another arm of the machinery. Well, those people you might not need suicide nets anymore. dilemmas, because they might just be all robotic arms very, very soon. Like, it's a completely different level of economy. I'm glad you got some laughs out of that. Shoshana, baby, please. You can't kill capitalism. You can't kill an idea, because ideas are bulletproof. Well, let me just tell you this. It's not a fucking idea. That's the thing. Capitalism, like, people think it's an idea. It's like this ideology. If I just believe in the free market strong enough, like, it'll save us all. Just believe in the free market. And, like, everyone will be okay. It doesn't work like that. And so, again, take away the real working classes of the world, which, unfortunately, they're probably not in your country right now. There are working classes in your country, and they do things that, like, support your countries. Like, in Australia, we have a large construction industry, but that's not servicing the global economy. It might be to a certain extent because we're pulling resources from China to feed our construction industry. So it's, in a roundabout way, it helps out the global economy. But, like, a lot of the goods that you have around you, the appliances, the technology, the clothes that you're wearing, like, a lot of that type of consumer and commodities that we're talking about here come somewhere from the global south or developing country and China, because that's where the cheap labor is. But if they eradicate the cheap labor, it's gone, man. It's totally gone. Sorry, I was more mocking the left. Isn't that the line? You can't kill an idea. Yeah, you can't kill an idea, man. Ideas are bulletproof. Yeah, it's a good call too. So, how dare you mock that line? Ideas are bulletproof. But, like, yeah, this is a scary world that we're talking about. And, about 6 months ago, basically all we spent our time, and most of you were probably not here for this, but 6 months ago, all we were doing was spending our time really analyzing techno feudalism. And so it's a rude shock to go down this pipeline again, but, everything is moving in this direction at the moment. All the politics that we're continually analyzing at the moment, like this authoritarianism that we're seeing grip the Western world, this kind of complete paralyzed liberal democratic system that we're seeing in places like France. This is all a result of the fact that the economy is shifting gears, and everything around that is being destabilized. And so if we wipe out the need for workers through artificial intelligence or just automation, let's not use the AI dog whistle term. Let's just call it automation and machine learning. If we take a significant chunk away of workers out of the equation, and they're no longer an important factor in the economy, and we're all just consumers now, and, like, people that just own the technology, it's a completely new form of economy that we're talking about here. And, like, there's no point us organizing and being revolutionaries and all that sort of stuff, because there's nothing to fight against there. They own the shit and everyone else is just a consumer. It's a very, very weird form of society. Reading her book makes me realize techno feudalism and surveillance capitalism go hand in hand. Yeah, that's why, like, like back in the day when we used to talk about this stuff, Jag, like, I would just say the two at the same time, because I was like, I guess if I say this, I have to talk about that. Like, surveillance capitalism is like the stepping stone to techno feudalism. It's crazy. Really philosophical book too. Takes her a while to warm up, but she gets into it. I mock everything. If your ideas don't hold up to mockery, then your ideas don't work. Eh? I mock everything. I reserve the right to mock everything. So go fuck yourself. I can do what I want. Capitalism can be stripped out of commerce, but not vice versa. That's interesting. Very interesting. All right, I'll shut up and let Bernie Sanders continue.
However, it is not just manufacturing jobs at risk. Most of us want to see the United States develop a strong, clean, and efficient transportation system, including the production of millions of new cars, buses, and trucks. But if Musk and others get their way, those vehicles won't be operated by truck drivers, bus drivers, or taxi drivers. They will be driverless vehicles. Millions of jobs in transportation will be eliminated. This is not science fiction. It's already happening. FedEx is using driverless trucks to haul heavy loads along the I-45 corridor between Dallas and Houston through a company called Aurora. Walmart is using autonomous trucks for short-haul deliveries in Arkansas through a company called Gatik. Kodiak Robotics has partnered with IKEA to conduct driverless deliveries in Texas. Waymo is...
Is that true? Is that true? How does one find this book, by the way? Oh, let me show you. Oh my God, I can't spell. Oh my God. Here she is. Shoshana, baby, please. That's her book there. The Age of Surveillance Capitalism, a fight for human future at the new frontier of power. And I'm pretty sure this is from like what? I want to say 2019. So it's like in the context of how fast this type of technology moves, it's kind of old school now. But it's really relevant because again, it takes a very philosophical approach to an analysis of the current situation. So it's like, oh, this is where it's come from, and this is where it's going, as opposed to being too predictive and then being like, oh, that didn't age well. Yeah, it's by a lady called Shoshana Zuboff. There it is. Yeah, it's 2019. That's crazy. You can check that one out. Grand Tifa. Do yourself a favor. It's a chunky book though. It's like, you're investing a couple of months of your time at least, I'd say. It blows my mind in America that they would jump to driverless cars before a functioning metro system. What do you reckon? Bernie AOC going to be the next leader of the Democrats? Or American Psycho? Gavin Newsom? I don't understand the American Psycho reference. Why is he a psycho? Is it just because you don't particularly like him, or has he done something like American Psycho E? Mr. Gavin Newsom. I don't think Gavin Newsom could be that guy. I don't know. We don't like him that much. He's a bit of a loose cannon, that one. And he only looks good in light of what Trump's doing. Before that, he was public enemy number one. And now, because he's trying to resist Trump's authoritarian, not even authoritarian, just his blatant militaristic takeover of the US cities at the moment, he looks like a shining light against that. I can't get over how many companies are using self-driving trucks to replace labor. That's pretty crazy. Like, again, this stuff is happening in China. Have you seen the footage of the Chinese trucks? And they're like, the cab, like the front part of the truck is like, it's so thin. Like, it's just basically a container on wheels. And like where I guess the automation system is that drives the thing, it's this, so it looks like a squashed front end of a truck. It's hilarious. But yeah, they're replacing the working class. I'm not saying that there won't be working class people that can still produce surplus value for the system, but the entirety of the global system is going to be supported by less and less workers producing less and less value. And that little bit of surplus value is supposed to justify the entire world economy on top of it. Like, that's a recipe for collapse and financial disaster on a repeated scale. Au revoir, Shoshana. Yeah. Just practice saying her name. It's the best. All right.
Operating self-driving cabs in Los Angeles, Phoenix, San Francisco, Atlanta, and Austin. We all want to see more startup companies and small businesses, but for workers, that will mean very little if half of all white-collar entry-level jobs are eliminated over the next 5 years. And that is exactly what has been predicted by Dario Amodei, the founder of Anthropic, one of the leading AI companies in the world. As the ranking member of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, I just released a report finding that AI, automation, and robotics could replace nearly 100 million jobs in America over the next decade, including 40% of registered nurses, 47% of truck drivers.
40% of registered nurses? Hey, they're going to have to yell at AI in the US then, Ninja Nurse. You're going to have to yell at a robot, because, it's no use yelling at people. That's a lot. 47%, that's huge.
64% of accountants, 65% of teaching assistants, and 89% of fast food workers, among many other occupations. And as bad as that may seem, I'm afraid it could be an underestimate. In June, the CEO of Ford, Jim Farley, predicted that AI could eliminate, quote, literally half of all white-collar jobs in the U.S., end quote, within the next decade. That's Jim Farley, Ford. Elon Musk said this year that as a result of AI and robotics, quote, probably none of us will have a job. If you want a job, that's kind of like a hobby. You can do a job.
See, doesn't that sound like communism? Doesn't it? That's like the most communistic thing, and it's coming from the tech bros. It's like, hey, AI is going to be so powerful, right? Our technological abilities in the industrial era are going to be so powerful that at one point people will only contribute what they feel like contributing. And they'll just be able to take from the general level of abundance. Like, each according to their needs, right? From each according to their abilities. Like, people will literally, you can have a job, but it's more like a hobby. I just like doing this shit. And if it helps other people, then fucking fantastic. Because AI covers all the other crap. AI drives all the cars, makes all the food, like does all of that type of logistical work that happens in the economy. It makes all that stuff circulate. And if I feel like being a specialist in something, then I will do that. Like, they're talking about the communist utopia here, and it's coming out of tech bros. The problem is there's no collective ownership of the technology that they're talking about here. And if we don't have collective ownership of that technology, that's a fucking problem. That's a real problem. So much communism. Yeah, no, they have obviously never worked as a nurse if they think AI is going to replace us. But go off. Let's see AI change the incontinence pad after an explosive episode. You're painting a picture there. What's happening in stream chat? I don't know. That's a good question. I do apologize if it's not working. It's been rolling on for ages. Yeah, what's going on there? It wasn't syncing. Amazon's union busting training video. I've seen that. We should have a look at that. He says robots like Isaac Asimov. Would you like to know more? Let me see that one. Is that a GIF? No, it's just a picture. That is formatted to be an emote, by the way. Just saying. Thank you. That's good to know. Just saying, subtle hint, make emoji. Make the emotes. Yeah, give up the emotes. There's another one. That'll be a good one, actually. Yo, give up the rack. I'll scroll it down so I don't miss more of it. Yeah, both of them. Remember how the Americans betrayed the English and sided with the French to win their war. Then they realized that they didn't like the French and dumped that and went back to being allies with England. What's that in relation to? Or you just spitting historical facts here? Yeah, it's so much communism. Can I just say what he's describing, and like what Elon Musk is describing here, is the idea of communism. Technology reaches a certain point, no longer necessary to have human labor, in like a class dominance kind of scenario. And people choose to do whatever the hell they want to do. If they want to contribute. If they don't, then don't. So be it. It's something that we can figure out with sophisticated technology. But if these people still have that relationship to it, they own that technology, they're not just going to let go of it so everyone can benefit off it all the time. It's the only AI that replaces me. Yeah. It's a cute movie too.
But otherwise, AI and robotics will provide any goods and services you want, end of quote. Earlier this year, Bill Gates predicted that humans, quote, won't be needed for most things, end quote, such as manufacturing products, delivering packages, or growing food over the next decade due to AI. So, my friends, here is a rather big question. If Musk and Gates and others are only half right in their predictions, what happens to the tens of millions of Americans who no longer have employment because they can't find jobs that don't exist?
That's not a bad question. Like, because, there is a lot of speculation, and it's all by tech bros about how it's going to revolutionize society, and we should all just get over it or get down with it because, we're not going to need people anymore. Now, that is just complete sensationalism, if you ask me. But, like, even if they are just, like, half right, that's a good way of framing it. If they think it's going to replace all humans, and it only replaces half of all humans or something like that, then there's still an issue there. There's still a large section of the workforce that has been, or the working people of the world that have been displaced through technology. And unless capitalism finds new markets to absorb that labor in, then we've got a huge problem on our hands as the working people of the world. We've got a huge problem. So we need to think about what we're going to do there, like as a collective anyway, because yes, if capitalism doesn't find new markets to replace these workers, they are just going to be trawling around, and they're going to be agitated, and they're going to cause problems, and they're not going to turn to complex solutions and revolutionary theory. They're going to turn to quick and easy answers, like oh look, it must be migrants who have taken all of our jobs. So like let's go after the migrants and start deporting people and throwing people in concentration camps, and waging wars and all that sort of stuff against the non-believers. It's going to be that type of answers that these displaced workers start looking for. In the tens of millions of them, they're going to be looking for stuff. And in a world where we start splitting, like the globalized world gets fractured a little bit, like these tens of millions of people, what they're going to be employed by. Talk about, the cosplaying or LARPing. What is it? What's the name of the movie? Starship Troopers. That's the world we're going into. If these tens of millions of people don't have employment, then like the one thing that has been used throughout history, time and time again, to absorb sections of the working populations that have been displaced by something is just putting them into the rank and file in the military and using them as cannon fodder. And there's plenty of chance to just use people as cannon fodder coming up in the next, decade or two. There'll be plenty of excuses to go to war very soon. So dismal stuff here if we don't think about how to get these people to work if we're going to continue with capitalism, basically. What do we do with all these excess people that may be replaced by machinery? As a worker on the factory floor in a niche market, possibly the only custom plastic manufacturing business left in Australia, AI has a long way to go to be able to replace me. But the packer at the end of my line has got maybe 5 years left. I've had first generation migrants in my work. They're terrible and get fired within 3 months. I'm talking can't work out a micrometer, let alone a tape measure. I think they are going to over-index on what AI benefits can be realized. Millions of people will lose their job and will have a major economic crisis as a result. Then we'll all spend years and decades trying to recover from it. Yeah, I think there is definitely over-speculation on what it can do and how it should be applied. And business is definitely overcompensating for that at the moment. They're just trying to fill the gaps in because they don't want to be left behind. And then, yes, there's going to be this big period where they're just like, oh, fuck, we've fired all these people. We don't have it on the books anymore to kind of bring them back. So they're not going to bring them back. And then, yeah, there'll be like a massive lag period where they try and figure things out. But like maybe that's the crash that like capitalism needs. It needs crises to adjust itself and reach equilibrium again. So maybe that's the crisis point that capitalism needs. It'll shoot itself in the foot, and then it'll figure out to bridge the gap with the technology somehow, maybe. But it'll take a long time. But like there will be a lot of economic consequences as a result of that for working people, I would say. There'll be a lot of people, that it's just completely displaced, and they'll be wandering around, and they'll be angry, and they'll be fueling, I would say more authoritarian causes than anything. Let's be honest. Sorry for the dump. Been working on this while it's raining. We've got to go to work soon. Okay. But yeah, thank you for the dump, though, actually, because this gives me some good material to work towards. For creating the emojis, especially because more and more people are on Twitch these days as well, on the Twitch files. If AI replaces nurses, who's going to deliver the sass when you come to my ER at 3 a.m. for their runny nose? That's hilarious. Yeah, well, maybe they'll have to program the sass into the AI. They can definitely do that. If there's anything it can do stuff like that. It actually can talk with some sass. It just has to copy humans for that one.
In this brave new world, how do these Americans pay for healthcare, food, housing, and the other necessities of life? But it's not just economics. Work, whether being a janitor or a brain surgeon, is an integral part of being a human being.
Is it?
The vast majority of people want to be productive members of society and contribute to their communities. What happens when that vital aspect of human existence is removed from our lives? Further, and now we get into some pretty deep stuff, the rapid developments in AI will likely have a profoundly dehumanizing impact on all of us. In many ways, it will actually redefine what it means to be human, fundamentally alter our relationships to each other, and the very nature of what we call society. Can AI and robotics be of help to us in many ways? Absolutely. I believe they can. I am not a Luddite. The goal, however, is to make sure that the new technologies being developed serve human needs and not just further enrich a small number of multi-billionaires. We do not simply need a more efficient society. We need a world where people live healthier, happier, and more fulfilling lives. So, where do we go from here? And again, I don't have all of the answers, but here are just a few ideas as to how, in my view, the advances in technology can benefit ordinary Americans and not just multi-billionaires. First, we must move to a 32-hour work week with no loss in pay. Think about it. Today, America...
Any objections to that? I'm a Luddite. Shout out to cleaners. They have seen things. Did you see the thing I posted about Fred? It's on my list, actually. We're talking about Techno Feudalism today. It's on my list, that article. It's from Yahoo Finance, I think, is the one that you're talking about. Yeah, it's part of our little let's go back down the Techno Feudalism pipeline today. It's on the list. Also sub badges. Yeah, look. Let's see where he's going with this. I'll let him continue. Yeah, that is creepy, isn't it? And like he's happy to have people, or whoever this 22-year-old is, they're happy to have people talk about this shit.
Workers are 400% more productive than they were in the 1940s when the 40-hour work week was first established. Artificial intelligence and robotics will greatly increase that productivity. Workers must benefit from that increased output through a shorter work week. A 32-hour work week with no loss in pay would be a major step forward in improving the quality of life for millions of Americans.
Okay, love him or hate him, like you got to agree with that. Like I don't think there's anyone that would argue with a reduced working week from the working class. Like getting it down from 40, mandated 40 or 35 to 32. I don't think anyone would really argue with that. And the basis for that, if you don't understand the concept of what he's speaking about, is people are way more productive than what we used to be 50, 60 years ago. And that's not an ideal thing. It's not like we're smarter or we're more efficient or we're just better people than people were like 50, 60 years ago. It's because of the technology. We're using technology now that has increased our ability to churn stuff out. Now, this is a phenomenon of capitalism, though. It is just part of the way that it develops. If you get a piece of technology, like now we have, computers where you didn't have computers 50 years ago. And so you're expected to send correspondence much more efficiently than 50 years ago when you had to rely on sending letters out to, different organizations as opposed to instantaneously having, electronic mail that works across the world and can be, yes, delivered in an instantaneous fashion. So our productivity has gone up immeasurably in 50 years. But like that doesn't mean that just because the same people are more productive, you need less workers kind of thing, because people can do way more than they could 50 years ago. And that could translate into the idea that, if people are way more productive than they were 50 years ago, let's just slow down a little bit and we can just work less because, we're doing way more shit now because of our technology than we could 50 years ago. But that's not how it works. That just means now the businesses out there and the organizations that employ workers. So this is not just the corporate sector. They're not just private sector. This is governments. This is anyone who employs labor. They don't say, we're more productive because we've got new technology. Let's work less and we can still have the same output. They just keep pushing forward and they expect more and more of people. And they expect potentially sometimes less people to do the same amount of work because the technology helps. So we are more productive in that sense. And so he's saying, let's just recognize the fact that we're more productive and then deal with the fact that, okay, less or the same amount of people can produce more shit, so we should work less, as opposed to expecting that same amount of people do more work because they are more efficient now and keep pushing forward exponentially, keep pushing and squeezing people because we've got the technology to squeeze more out of them now. That's the trade-off. And capitalism always tends towards the side of let's give people new technology to make them more efficient and then squeeze more shit out of them, as opposed to let's give people new technology to make them more efficient and then expect them to work less. That's what he's talking about. And in light of what we spoke about on Monday, which was Labor Day, public holiday in New South Wales, the ACT and South Australia, they were celebrating, or Labor Day in Australia in that sense historically celebrates the idea that workers were like, no, we need an 8-hour working day. And they were working 14 hours a day, up to 16 hours a day. And they said, no, that's unsustainable. It's unmanageable. Let's have an 8-hour working day. So I'm on board with this type of stuff. But this type of stuff is humanizing capitalism. It's regulating capitalism. It's not changing the economy to make sure that these type of systematic issues that he is complaining about are eradicated. He's just talking about trying to make the system a bit fairer. There's a massive distinction there. Yes, 4-day working week. Let's go. Work smarter, not harder is my motto. And with the efficiency of the technology we have, we can work smarter, right? But it's expecting us that now we can work smarter because of the efficiency, then we must continue to work as hard. And that's just the logic of the capitalist. It's not the logic that needs to be applied in all circumstances. Look at how people used to talk 300 plus years ago, how they wrote. We are not getting smarter. We have more information, but are not smarter. Just to prove my point, look at my spelling. Yeah, I had to decipher that, and I think I did a good job. South Oz, only colony built by free citizens. There you go. Well, well, well. All those sovereign citizens unite. There it is. So I'm agreeing. I got to agree with him on this one. We could easily reduce working weeks and just expect, you know, that we produce less as a result of that. We don't have to continue pushing forward and squeezing people because we've got new technology. It's supposed to be a liberation force. It's supposed to release people from the burden.
Second, we must require large corporations to allow workers to elect at least 45% of the members of their boards of directors, similar to what already takes place in Germany. Workers need a seat at the table to best determine how AI is used in their companies. If Tesla workers were on their corporate board, I doubt very much that they would be rewarding Elon Musk with $1 trillion pay package. Third, we must greatly increase profit sharing.
That's some socialistic shit that he's talking about there. Is in terms of corporations. And I know they do this stuff in Germany. They're very, very active on the boards of companies, their unions there. They sit through their unions. They sit on the boards of directors, basically, for large scale corporations. It's a very interesting concept. And what he's talking about is pushing the realms of socialism. I must admit, I'm actually quite surprised at what he's talking about here. It's pushing into that realm of workers' control to a degree. It's not workers' outright control, but he's saying that they should have representation of the board of directors in companies or organizations, so they can help in the decision-making process for the entire organization. Now, many haters will just turn around and be like, well, fuck, look at Germany. They're not doing very well at the moment. And they're not wrong. The German economy is suffering, but I would not think that that's about the fact that they have workers on the boards of their directors as opposed to other huge and global economic consequences of capitalism generally. Free citizens equals the only place without convicts. So they were settlers. You want only 32 hours of work week? Must be lazy. No, it's a recognition of the wonders of capitalism, actually. It is a recognition. I disagree with him here. I just know his alignment with the bourgeoisie party. He aligns himself with will do whatever they can to prevent this from happening because they love benefit from capitalist policies he's arguing against. Yeah. Do you actually see what he's talking about coming to fruition? A 32-hour work week and allowing workers a seat on the boards? No, it's not going to happen. But the rhetoric is pushing the envelope well beyond what you would consider just fixing or humanizing capitalism. Like a 32-hour working week. It's just it's just acknowledging that workers need some more time. That's just humanizing capitalism. But asking for them to have representation in a company so they can make decisions, that's some pretty socialist kind of thinking right there, bub. But I don't see that ever happening. It's rhetoric. Let's acknowledge that. But he's saying it. It's scary stuff there. My job is dependent on being present rather than output, i.e. you have to be there when people are sick. There needs to be investment into upskilling people to be present when people get sick. I'm all for the 4-day work week, but in my industry, you need investment in growing a skilled workforce. Yeah, look, I think services and production, to be honest, are a little bit different. You have to acknowledge the differences in what you're talking about there. You can't just make people more productive and then they can do more of their nursing within a 4-day work week, kind of thing. If people need 24/7 care and they can come in at any time around the clock, you can't just say, oh, I'll just have a shorter work week because I've been more productive, because it happens it happens in a spontaneous fashion. So you always have to have someone around. I get it. It doesn't kind of translate across. everything, especially services versus production, very different. Germany have done some pretty cool stuff in the past. Can't help yourself. We're gonna get in trouble again, man. Seriously. 7.25 an hour was a huge controversy when it finally got passed back in 2009. Yeah, I'm shocked, man. And that's like humanizing capitalism. It's just like, hello, can we just pay people enough so they could buy the shit you're producing? It's not challenging that systematic issue. But like, putting people on the board, like getting people used to the fact that workers should be in control of organizations as well, not in total control, but also included. Imagine implementing that into the American psyche. That Americans thought that like if you have a company, workers have to have a seat at the table. Like imagine changing the psyche on that one. That'd be huge. I don't see it happening anytime soon, but that would be huge. Guarantee for my trade, I can do a print every 4 seconds, condition specific, like the automated presses, but my hourly rate won't go up. If I meet quota, I should be allowed to go home. That's the argument that's being had. Like if you are productive as you're required to be, and the technology makes you more productive, then you produce the same stuff as what you expected to do. Then let me go home when I'm finished the work. Then I'm done. Why not? Let us go. If that's what AI is capable of. But like AI, like all types of automation and like technological improvement, if it's just being controlled, and this time even more so centralized by a bunch of tech bros, they're not going to make decisions to let you go home early. They don't care about that stuff. They don't care about that stuff at all. They'll either just replace you or expect you to do more with what you've got. Let's let him continue.
At our nation's largest corporations, in my view, workers should receive at least 20% of the stock in companies they work for. Corporate profits should not just be going to enrich wealthy stockholders and the billionaires who own them. Fourth, we need to substantially expand the concept of employee ownership in America. When workers own their own businesses and are more involved in the decision-making processes, they will make choices that benefit everyone in the company, not just the people on top. Fifth, instead of providing billions of dollars in tax breaks to companies that are throwing workers out on the street and replacing them with new technologies, we should enact a robot tax on large corporations and use that revenue to improve the lives of workers who have been harmed in this transition. Bottom line.
A robot tax? You guys listening to this? Damn, Bernie going full commie. Yeah, he's literally talking about the workers actually controlling the businesses here. I don't know if I can recall him going that hardcore. I've heard him talk about democratic socialism, and we're like, we need to bring it in, and like everybody should be voting for this and for that, and we need healthcare, and like all of these, again, humanizing capitalism kind of stuff. But like this type of rhetoric about workers being in control of the businesses, where the fuck's this coming from? Hey, where the hell's this coming from? Hourly wage is an issue that commodifies time rather than output. Yes. Very important distinction there. Commodifies the time rather than the output. Darn Bernie going full commie. Now, what's with the robot tax? Like, I'm all for that. Because if you're going to have a system where you can just wipe out millions and millions of people from the workforce and not have any plan to replace them at all, apart from moving into some military Keynesian society where you absorb them into the army or something so they can go and die somewhere else and then not have to be a problem for society anymore. Very bleak stuff. But like, without having a plan for the hordes of working people that might be displaced, and a robot tax to help distribute some of that wealth, it's not a bad option. And how would that work? We're just listening to Bernie Sanders speak about the problems of AI and how it's going to impact working people by replacing them with technology or making them more productive so they can be squeezed for more value. And he has mentioned a solution being a robot tax. The idea being that the working people displaced by the coming wave of or AI fueled automation may be compensated for this large scale systematic shift. Can you explain what he means by a robot tax? Tax. Like I can speculate on what a robot tax would mean, but like on how that should look. It'd be interesting to know what Bernie Sanders is specifically talking about. Robot tax, like some sort of license you have to pay for each individual robot unit. Yeah. Or like if you're using AI in any way, shape, or form in the economy, that you have to pay for that. Or if you're a AI provider, you provide automation technologies, machine learning software. You have to pay taxes on the income that you make directly from that type of worker displacing technology. When Bernie Sanders and others like Bill Gates or Yanis Varoufakis talk about a robot tax, oh God, it's scary when you lump all those three together, isn't it? Sanders with Bill Gates and Yanis Varoufakis? No, not Yanis, no. Talk about a robot tax, they're referring to a policy proposal meant to address how automation and AI can displace human workers by ensuring society will still capture revenue from the productivity that those workers would have generated if they hadn't been replaced by machines. Replace a human worker with a robot AI system or reduce payroll through automation that significantly increases profit margins. A robot tax might impose a payroll equivalent tax for each worker replaced by a machine. Apply a corporate tax surcharge on productivity gains that result from automation, or introduce a levy on robot AI usage, like licensing or development fees. I think that's what you were talking about, like licensing. I think you could do a levy potentially on AI usage if you're going to be using AI and automation increasingly and check in your, I don't know, your output. And like you said, a cutoff time from like the year 2025 onwards, if you start developing your industry around AI or integrating AI more and more into your business practices, then like you got to pay the robot levy, man, so they can redistribute some of that wealth. If my work gave a bonus based on kilos produced per week, we would have kept a lot of good workers. Interesting. I remember watching a video about a hospital in America that employs a person to deliver crystal and aromatherapy. Not all jobs need to be preserved. Grantifa, my ex used to produce concrete power poles in the 80s. They were paid yearly safety bonus plus weekly extra poles produced bonus. They worked hard and earned well. There you go. Robot tax on the supermarkets that use self-checkout. Yeah, I know, right? Like, unless I am in an incredible rush or there's some type of, I don't know, commotion going on at the supermarket, I always go to a person. That's my one direct action contribution to society, Is so like if they're ever crunching the numbers and like how many people actually use the self checkout versus like going to a real checkout human, then like maybe my stats will make the difference. I have low hope for that, but we try anyway. Yeah, what can be done with the revenue makes sense, but like how would it actually work? Okay, here we go. An example. Suppose a warehouse employs 1,000 workers. Can you see that? Yeah. At 50,000 a year each. Total payroll 50 million a year. Now the company introduces robots and AI and replaces 500 workers. The payroll falls 25 million, but output stays the same or even rises. Under the robot tax, the company might pay a tax equivalent to a portion of the 25 million saved wages, or face a productivity gain surcharge linked to automation driven profits. That money could then fund support for displaced workers or public infrastructure. Interesting. Yeah, it sounds sketchy. And like, who the hell is ever going to support a robot tax? Like, let's be honest. If Bernie Sanders floats that, like, none of his supporters or his associates / allies in the Democrat Party will support that. It's rhetoric. It's good rhetoric, but like, it's going nowhere. I avoid people at all costs. LOL. That's hilarious. No, I try to go to the people when I can. That was the lie I was sold. Get a decent job, head down, work hard. You can buy a 2-story house, support a family and 2 cars, a holiday a year, maybe a boat. The Australian dream. And a vessel that can go on the water, please. Yes, a hole that you can throw money into, of course. The Australian dream. That changed pretty fast, didn't it? When they figured out that they didn't need to placate workers anymore, dilemmas, that's when that changed. When the Soviet Union dissolved, there was no need to keep up the pretense that capitalism was actually good for everyone. They don't need to keep up that pretext anymore. Hell no. Hell no. Right, did I completely cut him off? Yeah, I did.
AI and robotics will bring a profound transformation to our country. Nobody denies that. In my view, we must fight to make sure that these changes benefit all of us and not just a handful of billionaires. Let the debate begin, and we need your participation. Thank you very much.
Let the debate begin. Fire. Anyone feel like debating Bernie Sanders on this? You're the only damn politician I've heard talk about this. Thank you. Seriously, I can't believe the American people missed the chance to elect him as president. Anyone talking about AI? Nah, not really. My dad has always been pro AI, and he said people who get replaced need to just become plumbers and do blue collar work. So I just sent him this video and said, so are 100 million people just supposed to be plumbers? Hey, take that, Dad, asshole. Remember when Andrew Yang discussed all of this in 2019 and everyone just ignored him? Yeah, stupid Yang. We all need universal income, period. Bro, I'm telling you, watch out with that type of stuff. If there's no work and you're just going to be given a stipend by the government, it's basically this. Because if we're going to be replaced by AI, who the fuck going to have the money to consume whatever they be offering? No, I don't agree. I think they'll eventually understand that UBI will be a good idea because people will still be consuming, and then they'll use that as a justification to not have to do anything with the large masses of unemployed out there. Bernie died 2016. Coward. Savage stuff there, Solar Bear. Just learn to code, bro. We need an ownership stake. Jungle Potatoes in the house. Greetings, friend. Do you wish to look as happy as me? Well, you've got the power inside you right now. So use it and send $1 to Happy Dude. 742 Evergreen Terrace, Springfield. Don't delay. Eternal happiness is just $1 away. Ah, yes. Very good. Very good. We need more community gardens to feed those in need. Yes. Decentralized action. Why not? Well. There's some good rhetoric in here, I must admit. Love him or hate him. Some great rhetoric in there. It's actually the more socialist style of rhetoric I've ever actually heard him speak. About like workers taking proper ownership in the businesses that they help manage, which is very interesting stuff. And he's sparking the conversation about what's going to happen to the people that do get displaced, which is an important question. What happens? What happens to these people? Now, I want to have a look at Richard Wolff's take on this, because Avalava put this, I think, in Discord recently. And the AI fight, the working classes at a crossroads, says Professor Wolff. Now, like these old timers talking about AI, it needs to be taken with a grain of salt, because I don't know if they're fully across everything that comes down with AI. And
there's like, Mr. McMillan
and the AI revolution. I feel like they get sucked into the trap of believing the hype train that is AI at the moment, the hype train that has been delivered by the tech bros themselves, that they're just going to replace the world's economy and make everything work better, and like work for everyone. I don't think they're really going to replace the entire world's economy, but they got to sell that story in order to push their products. They're trying to sell something. They're trying to sell AI technology. They're not trying to change society. They love society the way it is. They're in control. They're just trying to push the products onto other businesses. Their customer base is other businesses, not just people like, not consumers generally, but the business class and the bourgeoisie or the bourgeois persons out there that are a consumer base or part of the consumer base. Their customers are those people. And so their hype train is about getting business to buy their products, because that's where the real money's at. You can sell stuff to people, you can sell stuff to business or to government, and that's how you can make some mad money, because they have cash and they have cash reserves. And so like, I don't know if these old timers, as much as I love these left-wing intellectual types, I don't know if they're caught up in the hype as well, and they're just saying, oh, okay, this is the direction they're going, well then we need to analyze this direction. Or if they're thinking about the fact that this might be well overcooked. Now, in fairness, Bernie Sanders did say that. He goes, look, they're talking about 100 million people being replaced in the next decade, but like, let's just say that they're half off, and that's way too generous. That's still, 50 million people or tens of millions of people that are going to be displaced. So you have to find the sweet spot in this discussion, but it's not bad thinking about what their issues are and how they frame an analysis if that was to come to pass. I don't know. Wolfie is pretty cynical. Yeah, fair enough. Let's see what he has to say about it. 4AS in the house. Welcome to Carl's Jr. Fuck you, I'm eating. 4AS, I don't know if this is an exclusive or not, so let me know. I just spoke to one of the guys in the office, and I found that he was Nepalese, because he was talking about the Gen Z protests. Apparently they're pissed off with the interim PM because she won't update the constitution in their favor, so they're going to protest again. If I can convince the guy, I might try and get him on the pod. Absolutely. Isn't that interesting? Because we were just watching, and that Brian guy from the New Atlas was talking about Nepal and saying they're puppets, but he didn't mention Kaki, the new PM or the interim PM. I was wondering about that. We asked that Aku to go. We were like, do you trust her? And he was like, yeah, we trust her. But like, just because she's not pushing it through, remember, we did research as well. She doesn't have any power. She's just a caretaker. So it'd be interesting to see if she's just like, look, I can't do anything. I'm just an interim person. I'm just making the trains run until we get people back. That's pretty crazy for IS. Yeah, it works for everyone important, the super rich people. He's about 80, so he is at a point where he can shoot from the hip and say what he really feels. He might have one election left in him. I suppose Trump is doing the same thing too, just on the other side of the spectrum. Aglica's in the house. That's a lot of plumbers, man. Yeah, how funny was that remark? Hey, take that, Dad. How many plumbers do you need? Well, we do need a lot of plumbers. So imagine having 100 million of them, an army of plumbers. The guy in my office was part of the Discord vote. No way. So he sounds super involved. Oh my God. Yeah, let's get him on for it. For sure. Yeah, no shit. An unelected PM doesn't change the Constitution. Yeah. My local community center provides free food when sometimes bakeries and local gardens will stop giving them food to hand out. You can't buy cheap food packages through them as well. Sorry, free food when sometimes bakeries and local gardens will give them food to hand out. You can buy cheap food packages through them as well. I only know about it because I run/walk past it often. Need things like this when unemployment rises due to the automation of the workforce. But isn't it scary how, like, when capitalism fails economically, or it's not fails, it's kind of part of the system, but like it increases the amount of the industrial reserve army, so those on unemployment, because it waxes and wanes how it uses labor power. Then, like, the people that actually step in are just other humans, like the community, to fill in the gaps and like feed people. Scary. Cheap food and New Zealand? Never heard of those two words together before. Savage.
You know, Walmart is the largest single employer in the United States. So if he says that AI is going to impact every job, even if he's over the top with what he's saying, it's going to affect a lot of jobs, and that's already visible. I think, however, and I cannot overstate this, that there's an enormous amount of hype going on. It is very dangerous because large numbers of capitalists, employers, are caught up in the hoopla of, like Mr. McMillan, and they're investing, or let me be more accurate, they're borrowing tons of money to invest in AI equipment. And if they all do it the way they say they're doing it, and they all produce all this AI, and it turns out not to be the big breakthrough that they're hyping it to be, then we'll have an economic crash as a result of the hype. And in case you think I'm making it up, the last two crashes of the American capitalist system, the so-called dot-com crash of early spring of the year 2000 and the subprime mortgage crash of 2008, among the worst in our capitalist system's history, came directly out of hyperbolic notions in the first case of what the internet would do. Remember that? It's not so long ago. The internet is going to transform everything. Led to people investing, led to the stock market going crazy, bidding up the price of companies that had never earned a profit, but that were big in the internet space. And then it all crashed. And millions of people lost their jobs, and waste of resources, horrible. And then we did the same thing with everybody can own their own home, another kind of hype. Not in a capitalist system where you suppress wages can you then give people their own home, because with the wages you pay them, they can't afford it. And that crisis blew us out of the water. And we're going to have, my guess, another one now. That's the first point.
See, that seems to be the general conversation that comes out of, I guess, left-wing economists at the moment, is this general conversation. It's just like, hey, we've been here before. Remember the dot-com bubble? We're seeing the exact same patterns in the economy. Remember that there was a guy called Richard Murphy that we were looking at? He was speaking about this about like a month ago when we watched him speaking about the AI bubble. And this is the conversation that they're all having. They all seem to converge around this narrative. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying that this narrative is what they are speaking about, which is, hey, we've been here before. Look at the dot-com bubble. The internet was hyped up, and they knew it was going to be something big, but it was overinflated and had to adjust. And so AI, they know it's going to be big, but they're going to overinflate it. It's going to pop. It's going to destroy the parts of the economy, and then it's going to have an adjustment period ahead of it. They seem to be predicting that this is the same phenomenon that we're going to experience with AI, that we've got these massive companies that are spending, yes, hundreds of billions of dollars on this technology because they believe that it is the future of industry and, like, let's just say the production of any type of value and service to the world economy. And so, like, they want to be on top of it and not be left behind. They don't want to be second place in that race. And they're investing big time. And like they're kind of lazy too. I think that is a big problem. I find with the capitalists these days, or these types of capitalists, like, if you're going to call yourself a venture capitalist, put your money where your mouth is and stop being a little bitch. Like, if you're a venture capitalist and you put the money up front because you think that you're going to hit a unicorn, then you have to wait until that unicorn turns into a unicorn. Don't try and prematurely sap the market, which is what is happening now. They produce these technologies and they create great memes, but they don't do much else. And so, like, maybe they'll create things or opportunities that are better than memes soon, but there'll be a little bit of soul searching and wandering in the darkness, wandering in the desert until that happens. But, like, don't just push it on the economy now because you want to make some of that money back and it being useless for the economy. That's how you crash the economy, when people start pushing this technology on real businesses that are making real value in the economy, and then they all start to realize that this technology sucks and doesn't actually help them, and then the speculation takes a nosedive. Everybody loses confidence in it and starts pulling their money out of it, and there's like some big rush to get out. That's because they're too impatient. If they're truly venture capitalists and they want to invest in this stuff, don't push it on all of us and make the existing business class pay for that, who are out there in the economy helping actually add real value to the economy. Don't push it on them and then watch them collapse and watch the economy burn because they're too impatient. That seems to be the narrative that comes out of a lot of the left wing discourse, like economic and intellectual discourse, is, hey, they hyped it up, it's not living up to standards, we're going to see a crash now that's akin to what happened with the dot-com bubble. But that does not discount, remember, that that doesn't mean that the internet didn't make its place as one of the cornerstones of the global economy. It is. Like, no business survives without the internet now. It is so ubiquitous that, like, actually human life can't exist in the way that we have it now without the internet. So the lesson here is, it may be premature, but, like, if this is akin to the dot-com bubble, AI is going to be irreplaceable for the human race within the next 20 to 30 years. So are you prepping for that? And are you safeguarding your populations if this technology is not a game changer and kind of redefines the economy and everybody has to adjust and, like, figure out how to integrate the internet into their lifestyles and into their work, but it displaces people and knocks people out of work entirely? We need to think about what that means for the great masses of people in society, because if it's not something that you just slot in to your existing practices like the internet, it's something it's machine learning, and it's automation. It actually threatens the workers themselves. It's not just changing the way they communicate along instantaneous communication lines. It actually threatens the idea of needing workers at all. Then that's a huge distinction between the dot-com bubble and the AI revolution, is that this is an attack directly on labor. This is an attack on labor, not how labor integrates into the economy specifically, but like fundamentally attacking labor itself. It's pretty crazy. Every time I hear .com, I think of Kim.com. LOL. I don't know who Kim.com is. I wonder who Kim.com is. I hope it's not a porn star, because I'm going to get done. I mean corn. I need to say corn. Oh, okay. The Pirate King. Thank God. Is known as Kimball and Tim Kim, a Finnish German internet entrepreneur and political activist who lives in New Zealand. Hey, New Zealand royalty right there. Can't say I remember that, but was the 2001 tech crash even that bad? It seems like it was very localized. Can any dinosaur comment? Dilemmas? Snap. Snap. Yeah, it seems to have been very localized for like Silicon Valley and all that sort of stuff. But like a lot of money and investment was wiped out of the economy. I think that's why people talk about it so much. And so like it's going to be devastating for anyone who's invested in this technology and fronted the cash. But because a lot of these companies are, basically the biggest companies on, on the stock market, like on Wall Street, then it could topple the financial structure that's holding the world together at the moment. And so it could have flow-on effects in that regard. And we're looking at like more of a 2008 style crisis that did have a lot of impacts around the world. A lot of people felt the crunch and lost their jobs or were impacted by 2008 financial insecurity, I think. My grandpa lost a lot of money, but still managed to retire early. True, which is, I guess, in Australia, literally every single worker. Yeah. So we will see. We will see. Retire early. That's the goal, isn't it? Bastard. Your grandpa, he's in the know, bro. Knows how to retire early. Smart man. All right, I'll let him continue.
Second point. Capitalism never developed technology generally. Capitalism always developed technology in very particular ways. Let me give you an example. Most people on Earth who've had any experience with the private automobile know that our urban areas are clogged with traffic we can't cope with, even though we keep widening the highways at enormous social cost. They know that cars kill more people each year than our wars do, that cars injure more people, the private car, that they pollute the air, killing even more people. It is an awful invention, and it would be an easy way to go to a technological development in which everywhere, in every urban area, in every suburban area, and even in the rural areas, we moved to a system of small, comfortable, well-appointed vans. You can call them buses if you like. You can call them trolleys. You can call them vans. It doesn't really matter. Much cheaper to produce, much more efficient if you measure person mile, how many persons did you move, how many miles, would unclog our highways and parkways, blah, blah. Do we have a technological breakthrough in that area? No. Here's what capitalism does. It doesn't want mass transit. It is constantly inadequately funding mass transit. I live in New York City. We have a subway system, but it is unspeakably underdeveloped. When I go to France or I go to many other countries, I'm embarrassed at what they're able to do with their mass transit system. So you know what we have? We have the electric car. That's right. We're going to make a technical development. We're going to make Mr. Elon Musk a billionaire many times over because he comes up with a very peculiar technical invention, not replacing the private car with the mass transit. That's what we need. A fast train. Go to China. You'll see a system of fast trains that the United States won't have for decades. They already have it. We know exactly how to do it. It's unbelievably efficient, much cheaper to operate, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. No, no, no. We're going to have electric cars clogging our highways and electric cars exploiting the energy resources of the country. So capitalism is unique. Now let me turn to AI. And bear with me if I give you very quickly an arithmetic.
He ain't lying. I'm assuming you're talking about his assessment of the stark reality that is your public transport system. Developed by Nokia to break more often. I miss the brick. I love the old Brooklyn Jewish man accent. Yeah, I know, right? And it's like sassy as well. He's like, no, man, that's not how capitalism works. Check yourself. You can thank Robert Moses for a lot of New York City's transit issues. I didn't even notice the 2008 financial crisis, let alone the 2001 tech crash. There you go. You've gotten your response there. Your incendiary response there, Jungle Potatoes. You poked the bear. And Dilemma's answered. Didn't even feel it, baby.
Example that shows you. If you're a capitalist, you see AI as a profit-making opportunity. Why? Let's assume AI makes all the workers in your business twice as productive as they used to be. Whatever you produce, you can produce twice as many in the same time when you use AI. The employer is ecstatic. He buys the AI and fires half his workers. Why? Because the remaining half, the ones he didn't fire, working with AI, can produce exactly as much as he did before. He can sell them for the same price and get the same revenue, but instead of taking that revenue and paying half the workers he fired, he keeps that part of the revenue for himself. His profits have done wonderfully. He is so happy. And what is his responsibility for the half people he fired? Nothing. That's how capitalism works. You can take their job through no fault of their own, and they're out on the street, and you don't have any responsibility. You don't have to pay them. You don't have to help them. You don't have to shed a tear. You don't even have to give them a Christmas card. Nothing.
Not even a fucking Christmas card. That's fucked. That's really fucked. That's the worst part. And it's even more impactful with that Brooklyn Jewish accent. You're right.
Now let me tell you how the working class would handle this situation and how a socialist regime would. You bring AI in because it does the work of people, that saves people work. And how do you handle it? You cut everybody's workday from 8 hours to 4, because in half the time, they can do twice as much output. In 4 hours a day with AI, they can produce what? The same output, which the employer can sell in the same way at the same price, generating the same revenue. Will it make more profit for the company? No. They'll have no more or less profit than they had before. But what will you have accomplished? The transformation of the life of the vast majority of people in that enterprise who are the employees, because they will have just cut their working day in half, giving them leisure for their families, their hobbies.
I have a feeling that Bernie Sanders and Professor Wolf have been having a little chat here. Now, this came out on the 7th, and then Bernie Sanders put his one out on the 8th. So, like, these are within very, very short periods of time from one another. It seems like they've been getting together, having a little powwow. You know what I'm talking about? Bro, so I've had an afternoon. I just talked to the same Nepalese guy, and him and his mate are gonna suss out the pod, and if they like it, they're gonna open for doing an interview with the Gen Z about the Gen Z protest. Yeah, dude, push them. Tell them that they don't have a choice. They're gonna have to like the pod, and they're gonna have to get on it. I wanna pick their brain. I wish I was paying attention. Could have been a Bitcoin cringe lord. Huh. Christmas cards are communist. It's true. They are pretty fucking commie, aren't they? Spreading love for no reason. Not even expecting to be reciprocated. Just sending out cards to people. Saying Merry Christmas. Spreading cheer with your comrades. Fucking commies.
Their education. What a transformation benefiting the majority. We won't see it. AI will be introduced to make profit for a few, because that's how capitalism works. And if that weren't an indictment of the system, I don't know what would be.
Ah, savage ending. The indictment of the system. It's fucked. What else can you say in light of that? Capitalism is one reason, can you say that? Yeah. Why we don't have decent mass transit. Oh my God, I can't speak. Namely, high-speed rail. The other is the lack of central planning. Other nations, when they declare that they want to make a new railway, highway, etc., they just do it. Here we have to do a weird carve-outs and have to wonder where the money is going to come from because we don't tax the wealthy adequately. They'll destroy the planet to save a penny. How disgusting. The latest threat of the Trump regime is directed to largely black, middle-aged female segment of the working class. Oh, here's some hardcore intersectionality for you. This will be interesting. The threat not to pay them as federal workers for working during the government shutdown, not paying for work already performed. This indignity calls into question and scrutiny on which the Trump government can be peacefully demonstrated. Man, I'm not reading that. The firings and negative creation of jobs is due to the AI creators creating a market for themselves. AI can do squat without human common sense. Let the AI run themselves and it will destroy every algorithm and machine there is. That's crazy. It's not a bad point though. It is them just creating a market for themselves. And they're leeching off the business community, if you ask me, which is part of techno feudalism. Like Yanis Varoufakis makes the case that the techno feudalists, they aren't interested exactly in traditional profit margins. Right in your wheelhouse. I like Christmas cards if they have money in them. Yeah. Well, not from the commies. They don't have spare capital to throw around. They use their capital wisely. There is no spare capital. Yeah, this leads nicely into techno-feudalism. Techno-feudalism is not this system of profit making, so employing working people to make profit. It's actually more of a rentier situation. And so the techno-feudalists aren't looking to provide this AI technology to the working classes. They're not helping make your life easier. Exactly. There is a component of that, don't get me wrong. But like at the moment, the way that they're pushing AI is on businesses, so employers, and saying if you take this technology, you can use this to make your business more efficient and productive, i.e., as he has been explaining, i.e., you can use it to cut your workforce down and save costs on labor. And so they are giving this technology out, not giving the rights for that technology away and saying you can buy it off us, it's yours to do whatever you want with it. They are giving it out as part of a subscription model, a rentier model, so you have to pay to use it continually forever. You don't own it exactly. You have rights over it, but you don't own it. And that's the justification to help remove workers. So this is an attack kind of on the idea that of labor costs in the economy. And it comes from one section of the bourgeoisie, so a group of capitalists or a group of people that own this impressive means of production. It comes from their ownership of the means of production, extracting rent of people. Now, techno-feudalists obviously extract rent off like the general consumer class, not just other businesses. They extract rent off us through like data collection. They take data off us, literally free of charge. It's like complete slave labor kind of stuff here. And that value that's extracted from us is, you know, the rent that we pay for using free services like going online and using YouTube or using social media. Hey, it's all free of charge. Don't worry about it. You know, there's nothing to see here. Here's your free service. But the rent that is extracted from us is, in a sense, the data that we're providing, the value that we're created by having a digital existence in the first place, leaving a digital footprint. That's leftover stuff is sucked up by their algorithms and their machines and is turned into real value. Again, by machines, not by, you know, scores and armies of workers somewhere sitting in a warehouse and converting all of that data into something useful. It's all done by machines. They own these machines which are extracting value out of people, as opposed to the traditional capitalist sense, like I said, by employing workers to make extra value that then you have claims and rights over beyond the cost of those laborers. This system is about a system of extracting rent almost off people, of other businesses, off consumers, extracting value off them as opposed to creating value, which is a very interesting system. It's a very interesting place and form of economy to think about. If you also own the same technology now that creates the value, so like you start to automate things at such a high level that, you know, you control the technology that makes the food and helps, you know, produce the goods and the services that everyone needs, and you control that too, then, you know, you don't really need workers to help create that value. You've just got a really complex machinery that can do that. Then, you know, people start to have less and less value in that system, and they're just being kept around. They're just being kind of minded, I guess you would say, like you have kind of cattle or you have pets at home. Like they're nice, but like, you know, they don't do anything. Like they're nice, like emotional support, but they don't produce any value, and you kind of have to feed them and you have to clean up after them and stuff like that. So like in a techno-feudalist world, which is the potential manifestation of where we are at the moment with surveillance capitalism, which Shoshana Zuboff explains quite nicely, is where, you know, part of the capitalist mode of production now, where the prominence of value generation comes from surveilling the world's populations. So a lot of value is being produced and directed as a result of just watching people and collecting data on people all the time. And a lot of technology and services are centered around not only providing value to people, but also extracting data from them. So nowadays, you know, you can't even buy a fridge or a TV or a car or anything. Like, you know, like everything has a chip in it now, and you need to sign up when you buy it, and like it somehow extracts data from that product to help somebody get more information, and then turn that information into a value creation enterprise that then sells you more products, or somehow extracts value off you through some type of subscription model or something like that. It's completely crazy, and that's why it's surveillance capitalist, because it's monitoring you, the user, the consumer, not just, you know, selling you something, not just modifying the entirety of society and producing marketing campaigns to try and psychologically tame people into being good consumers after they've, you know, gone to work, they've produced, they've obtained a wage, so they can then go on and then buy all of your shit. You don't have to just convince people to buy things through clever marketing now. You can use surveillance technology that knows them better than they know themselves to help push them towards being better consumers and push them towards being value creators for you through their data. And so the manifestation of a surveillance capitalist state will lead to something like techno feudalism, where the technology does become key to reducing the amount of labor required in the economy to an absolute minimum, if not replacing it altogether at some point, and then just controlling everybody through sophisticated surveillance technology and digital highways. And so like people will tend to start to drift towards and exist only in digital spaces soon, or spend majority of their time in digital spaces, and that will be wholly controlled by people, these techno feudalists. And they're feudalists because they really control that space with absolute not only impunity, but they control that space absolutely, in the sense that you don't get to see potentially what's in front of you, around you. You don't get to hear anything. You don't get to interact with the digital landscape unless the algorithm that is controlled potentially by one person allows you to see that. So like there could be the best piece of content right now on the internet that will explain everything that we want to know right now, but unless the algorithm decides that we get to see it, we don't get to find it. Even if we search for it or whatever, like it's all curated by potentially a private interest. And so that's why it's a feudalistic environment, because in the feudal times, the Lord controlled the space in its entirety and had absolute power over anything that happened within their realm. And so these techno-feudalists do actually have complete power over anything that happens within their realm of influence. Arguable, there's a reason we've had dogs and cats around for centuries. Like, cats are still best rodent control you can buy. Dogs are still great. Thief alarms. Okay, they serve a purpose. They provide a service. That's fine. But then cats would kill all the free yummy rats. Yeah, when times get tough, you do like to have the rats and the dogs and the cats around, actually. Shout out to all the cats and dogs out there. You know who you are. That's hilarious. Well, pretty much, you know who you are. You're all going to be cats and dogs soon to some type of techno-feudalists or techno-feudalist society that controls basically the entirety of the economy, and then uses government somehow, maybe some type of a regional or global government, or maybe they'll keep nation states around, who the fuck knows, but they'll just be there to caretake you as like cats and dogs and stuff like that, as pets, as consumers that need to be kind of, looked after somehow. They need some type of service, I guess. They need some food, or they need some money to make things circulate. But money won't have real importance as capital anymore to produce more value that is the basis for profit. It'll just be a way to circulate rent and power in the economy. And so governments will be in charge of kind of making sure that things can circulate. They'll be in charge of making sure people have a UBI so they can choose which subscription they want to go on. We're going to have to go back to chain mails like the boomers did back in the day. Woof. So like that's the long and the short of it. So this is like completely, I guess you would say, random compared to all of that. But it actually potentially describes the trend towards a techno-feudal style of economy. So check this out. Because this came up on my feed and I was just like, why would this come up? So I watched a few minutes of it, but like maybe it actually has more to do with surveillance capitalism and techno-feudalism than I could give it credit for. So this is a piece called People Are Partying Less, and why that's worrying. I'm not too worried about the why that's worrying part, but let's have a look at why people are partying less. And this seems to be a critique on surveillance capitalism that we're experiencing now and potentially a trend towards a techno-feudalist world. So this is from the BBC, so this is a British bent on that. But like obviously party culture was pretty important to people that live in the UK, and they're a bit upset that people aren't partying anymore. But is this the trend? Is this what you see with Gen Z or Gen Alpha or like, I don't know, younger millennials? Do they not go out? Like I've heard about these phenomenons before. And is this the surveillance world that we are producing? Is this the effect of the surveillance world that we're living? Well, I do like laying around all day and doing fuck all. Yes. Right? And they are banking on that. They are fucking banking on that. Let me tell you, you just press a button, the food gets door dashed to your front door, and you just live on subscription, and one day the government will just pay you a cheap stipend, and that'll be your ticket into the cattle class or the dogs and cats class. They're eating the dogs.
A huge drop in the number of parties that people are going to. In 2003, the average American spent 3 hours a month partying. Today, that number is just 90 minutes a month. In just 2 decades, we shrank our social lives down to just half of what they used to be.
It's about as dramatic as any statistic that I have seen in the last few years. The death of partying has been absolutely tremendous.
But the drop-off isn't equal for all age groups, and that's what's really concerning. The drops among young people are staggering. Their decline in partying isn't 50%, it's nearly 70%. What happens to a generation of kids, these young people who are just starting to learn how to socialize, how to talk to people, how to date? What happens to these kids when they stop having a social life of their own?
In the year 2000, Harvard's Robert Putnam published a very famous book called Bowling Alone, where he said Americans seem to be retreating and socializing less and working on their social capital less and creating groups less. And he had all of this.
Is it the word? The social capital. Watch out. Social capital. Ugh.
Data suggesting that Americans were beginning to retreat between the 1970s and the early 2000s from the physical world. Some people at the time said that Robert Putnam was full of it. They said, you're totally crazy. You're forgetting the fact that the internet's going to come along and it's going to bring us all together. I'm talking about a social phenomenon that's happened entirely since the publication of Bowling Alone. So Robert Putnam rang the bell of declining American socialization. Then some people said he might be wrong. And then partying among 15 to 24-year-olds declined by 70%. So it's almost like the best way to frame this is not as one phenomenon, but like a recession on top of a recession. We were already seeing a retreat from the physical world, a retreat from social capital and socializing in the second half of the 20th century, and now that retreat has just accelerated in the last 20 years.
Okay, I want to get into the whys and what can be done about it in a second, but give me some examples of what young men and young women are doing if they're not going out and going to parties and socializing with.
Anyone want to guess? Hey? All the gooners out there? All the edgelords? What are they doing if they're not going out and partying? Hey? Anyone? Rather rule in hell than be a servant in heaven. But partying like frat bro partying or partying like deep conversations with recreational drugs. Pretty nebulous term. Yeah, what's their definition of partying? I think it's just going out and socializing with a group of people. I don't actually think that it's beyond like, yeah, frat boy partying. Like they're talking about socializing and they're talking about drug use as well. Over the last 20 years, there's been a decline in the amount of the amount of time Americans spend partying, especially among young people. They dive into the effects of decreased socializing. are among young people and what can be done about it. Let's continue. Maybe they'll define it for you.
With other people.
Well, we know exactly what they're doing. They're hanging out on their phones, they're playing video games, they're watching TV, and that's basically it. It's screens and screens and more screens. We're spending more time with glass rather than spending time with people. And of course, the irony here is that I'm somewhat spending time with you, but I'm really just looking at my computer as we talk digitally, so I'm also looking through a pane of glass. And to be fair, I think this is a good time to say, it is difficult, I think, for some sociologists to determine how much of our social time is just being funneled into the internet and how much of this is us truly being more alone in front of our phones. One stat that I thought was very interesting is that Meta, in a recent FTC document, said that more than 90% of the time that people spend on Facebook or Instagram, they're not looking at their friends, they're essentially just watching videos. So even social media itself has essentially become television. I mean, a lot of this time, I think, that we are not spending with people that we know, we are spending.
Isn't that mental? Even Zuckerberg has admitted that, yeah, okay, it's called social media, but really, it's not about socialization at all. 90% of people spend their time watching videos on demand or something along those lines. It's people watching content. They're not socializing with people that they can't get in contact with in the real realm. It's an interesting phenomenon if you think of it like that.
With people that we don't know. There's a ton of academic evidence that suggests that while it is easy, especially these days, to be alone, right? To wake up and watch TV by yourself, to order the food, to come to your house, to work from home, to never get outside, to stay in your PJs. It is easy, it is convenient, but there is a curse to convenience. And when you ask a lot of these people whether they feel that their lives are meaningful, you find that a lot of the activities that are most convenient turn out to be least meaningful. Time with people, time outside of our home, tends to be the most meaningful time that we spend in our lives. And that strikes me, therefore, as a great social tragedy if we're doing less of it.
Okay, let's get back to young people, because based on kind of, a traditional way of thinking, my parents' generation might well have said, wow, it's great that young kids are not spending time at parties. It's great that they're not out there drinking. And so I wanted to play you something. I want you to listen to something that Professor Scott Galloway, who I was speaking to a few weeks ago, said to me about this issue of partying. Take a listen.
40% of all nightclubs in London have closed down because young people don't have money and there's an anti-alcohol movement. I think the risk to the 25-year-old liver of alcohol is dwarfed by the risk of anxiety and social isolation. My advice to young people, and I'm being somewhat humorous here, is to go out, get out of the house more, drink more, and make a series of bad decisions that might pay off.
It's kind of this.
Did you say 40% of nightclubs have closed in Britain? That's fucking mental. I don't know about you guys, but back in my day, when we used to go out, it was fucking nightclubs, man. That's mental. 40%. And if it's expensive now or more expensive, people can't afford it. Because to buy a beer costs you $20 or something, then fair enough. All right. It's outrageous. That is one beer, you have to take out a fucking mortgage. I get it. But there is another factor there that these kids aren't used to socializing and they've got a lot of social anxieties. Yeah, I know. That's me right there. Back in my day, we used to hit the clubs. I'm serious, man. We used to hit the clubs and 40% of nightclubs dropping off. That's fucking mental. Because the clubs are shit. Give me 2010 Oxford Street over anything that we have to offer today. Although we also had lockout laws too. Oh yeah, I forgot lockout laws. My definition of partying is 24-hour paintball with the boys in the bush wearing matching uniforms and yelling German catchphrases at the enemy they were charged. But that's just me. But that may be what they're talking about here, because you're still going outside and you're socializing dilemmas. They're not talking about that. They're talking about potentially those same kids watching somebody else do that who's recorded themselves playing paintball, and then they'll just sit in front and watch that all night long or something. They killed the cross around the time of the King hits. The lockout laws killed it too. Yeah. When was the last time you remember seeing a social media feed that wasn't dominated by strangers and AI slop? Ha. I hated when party moved from house parties to the clubs. That's because Muslims don't party like that. That's why. That's the whole reason. I mean, I'm in Canberra, so my choices are limited to Mooseheads, Cube, and Accads. I don't know these references. Clubs suck. House on top. There you go. We have gotten to the root of it here, where people prefer to party. But apparently this form of socialization is taking a huge hit, and it doesn't really exist in the same sense anymore. Or at least it's taking a big hit. Who knows if it doesn't exist in the same way, but it's on the decline as the stats are telling the story here.
Counterintuitive moment, right? Listening to Scott Galloway, and yes, he says he's being somewhat humorous, but the trade-off of, okay, maybe young people aren't out there partying, and you have stats on how they're drinking less. Teenagers are drinking less in particular than they used to. And I think every parent, I'm the parent of 4 children, would say, well, that's a very good thing. And I'm very glad my teenagers are not drinking, and they definitely should be home studying in their books. But actually what you seem to be suggesting, and Scott Galloway seems to be suggesting, is that there is a downside even to not going out as a partying as a young teenager, as a young person, and giving up the social drinking that comes with it. And I don't really want to focus on the drinking. It's what that is emblematic of.
There's no question that young people today seem to value a certain kind of monkish attitude toward health. You know, they do fewer drugs than young people used to. They drink less alcohol than young people used to. They go to parties less. They get driver's licenses less. In all of these ways, you could say, you know, after stat, after stat, after stat, well, it sounds like childhood today, teenagerhood today is much safer than it used to be. And in a vacuum, you could certainly imagine that this would be purely good news. The reason I don't think that it's purely good news.
You think that's true as well? The best part of parties in HS was running from the cops when I got busted. Same thing happened in Newtown. They reckon that the kids are on less drugs. I've heard the alcohol one before, that like alcohol consumption has dropped. And I've heard this from people in particular generations as well, that because they don't want to get busted being filmed by their mates or something like that, like, you know, put on social media somehow, and it plastered on the group chat, caught some other way. I don't know. And so they don't drink as much. Like if you go out to places, you see people like calm down because they can control themselves better because they don't want to be caught on camera. And like that's a phenomenon that's really happening. But like they're taking less drugs. Like what the hell is going on? I expected more from our youth. I expected more in that regard. I'm sorry.
Is that this shift in behavior has coincided with an enormous, in fact, record increase in solitude. Right? The percentage of 12th graders going out with friends 2 or more times a week has declined from 80% in the 1980s to less than 60% today. Teens don't just spend more time alone. They have fewer friends. They spend less time with those friends. They go to parties less with those friends. And they're sadder, right? At the end of the day, if there was no evidence of a mental health crisis among young people, I think someone could reasonably say, Derek, it's absurd for you to care about this, right? It's actually kind of creepy for like a 30-something guy to care about the partying habits of American teens and 20s. Fair enough. But there is a mental health crisis, right? Rates of anxiety and depression and OCD and PTSD are skyrocketing for young people. And so this age of solitude that we're seeing has coincided with an age of sadness. And that's why I think it's really important to say, yes, it's good that young people aren't getting as plastered as they used to be, but at the cost, if that's coming at the cost of cutting off social connection, I'm not sure that trade-off is necessarily worth it.
So this is potentially, where are the hoons? Where are the ne'er-do-wells Fuck yeah, drinking in the park was the best. Ha! They're all on Fetty now. Yeah. Yeah. I guess it's like if the only thing that you've got going is to just completely knock yourself out. There's no more of the socializing element to the drug taking. 6-pack on Wallaroo Beach at 13. Those were the days. Get the high schoolers to drive us around and do burnouts on the beach in their Kingswood. And they say Australia doesn't have culture. Well, they lie. They lie. But here we are staring down the barrel of the ramifications of surveillance capitalism, and the step towards techno feudalism is the degradation of our sociability at the hands of a form of technology that claims to be social or increase social connectedness. Now, I have argued this before, and you probably know my level of argumentation here. Very gripping photo there of someone who is enjoying the social isolation that comes with fentanyl, right? That's not a party drug, is it? That's a I need to switch off from reality drug, and like take a trip to another universe. But like my argumentation has always been when it comes to social media, surveillance technologies like your phone or anything like that, is that, again, if you're going to allow a society where this type of technology is actually controlled by people for profit, like what do you expect? These things, and they say it themselves, these things are designed and highly attuned to ensure that people are on them for longer. The entire project that social media is in the hands of large corporate interests is about getting eyeballs on it for longer. So they make and they encourage content. They make systems and they encourage content. So social media providers, people that use the social media to upload content and create content that actually compounds the amount of time people spend on it. And it's like, it works in the same way, I would say, as addictive substances or any type of addictive behaviors or addictive practices. It is there to try and get you to stay on for as long as possible, and it will do that via stimulation and rewards. And so if the technology that we have in our hands that is widely distributed across the world, like all the footage that we're seeing of these Gen Z protests in developing countries, like countries where they don't have running water properly. They're complaining about the fact that they don't have running water, but like everyone's got their fucking phone out and filming the protests. Like they've got access to the internet. They've got access to phones. They're charging them too somehow. So like that technology is more ubiquitous across the world than running water potentially. Then these are the ramifications of a surveillance capitalist world. It is important for them to be able to have tabs on everyone because that helps them produce value in the economy. I'm not saying it's the only reason for the economy. They still need to produce value. We still need food. We still need shelter. We still need clothes and all the other shit. But it's all directed now via data collection. So the data that comes back from the consumer class allows them to direct the economy. The capitalist economy. It's a very interesting world, and these are the ramifications of it. Is that we are becoming more compartmentalized. This is like the extreme of individualism. Like the socialist experiments of the 20th century, even, like not even Nazism, National Socialism, they wouldn't have worked. They would not work in systems like this where everybody exists online and is like basically is too anxious to go outside and socialize with other people. Those ideologies are based on collectivism. That means going out in a big crowd of people and trying to figure stuff out, organizing, going to like town meetings and community halls and all this sort of stuff, participating in society. Like that sort of stuff doesn't work in a system like this. And these are potentially the ramifications of surveillance capitalism that will potentially lead to something like a techno-feudal world. Imagine a world where people really don't go out anymore. They really don't want to go out because they're too anxious. And like they don't even want to leave the house because they don't need to anyway. It gets delivered, everything gets delivered to their door. And they, yeah, sit around in their pajamas. They work from home. If they can work, they do work from home. And outside of that, they don't really exist in public spaces anymore. This is the human race has never been here before, but we've never had this type of technology either. Never had something that so easily connects us all and potentially controls us all, like in our hands at all times. It's mental stuff. An underage park drinking event introduced me to Mystery. He has the world. What has the world come to? An underage. Well, like, you know what? Let's bring up some fucking history, Jerry Poppins. I remember being away with someone once, and we were all sitting around. We went away for a weekend, actually, and we were all sitting around, and this person had to have been like at least 6 years younger than me, if not more. And we were all sitting around on the balcony the first afternoon that we had went away. We'd finally got up after the road trip. We'd unpacked and we were sitting around, and someone was chopping, obviously. But we were sitting around and we were talking. And like this person that was with us, this young person by our standards, I guess, not by your standards probably, but like by my standards, 6 years my junior, she looked up and she was like, she was on her phone, and then she looked up and she was like, this is incredible. She put her phone down and she was just like, you guys are all talking. And like we were talking for a while at that point. And she was like, and I was like, well, yeah, we're all away together. We must want to converse at least a little bit or pretend to. She was like, oh, like when I do this sort of stuff with my friends, we're all just on our phones. Like we're in the same room or whatever. We're socializing, but we're all just like kind of plastered on our phones. And we're like, hey, check this out, like kind of thing. And so like this type of compartmentalization, this type of atomization or hyper individualism, it goes hand in hand with the market society that's predicated on surveillance technologies because we're all being surveilled. I can't get over the phenomenon that has been described to me on multiple occasions that nightclubs themselves are upset when they do get people coming in because the kids don't drink like they used to because they don't want to be surveilled by their friends. They don't want to be caught on camera doing something stupid. So like they'll just sit around and they're boring. It's a new world that we're stepping into, and this only gets more exaggerated as time goes on. And like all I can say is I do feel for people that lose that element of social training that comes from being around people or being forced into social situations. And like techno feudalism will only increase this type of stuff more and more. So like let's have a look at how that manifests in a more modern kind of situation. Where is the thing that you wrote? Oh, here it is. This was shared on Discord as well. Hey, check this out. I think this is interesting. People destroyed the friend.com AI necklace ads with graffiti. The 22-year-old founder loves it. Capitalism is the greatest artistic medium. So there seems to be this, I don't know what you call it, like an app, I guess. It's called Friend, some friend.com. And it's this AI service that you can buy. And it's basically a friend. So if you've seen Her, the movie Her with Phoenix, it's an interesting movie, but it seems to be we've stepped into that alternate reality now where you can literally just have a friend that follows you around all the time, an AI person, and you can just speak to them. You don't need real people anymore. Like, I know we've already contemplated this stuff and this exists. Me and 4AS did a podcast with somebody who got into an AI relationship, fell in love with AI, had a relationship with them, and then fell in and out of complications with having an AI girlfriend because it failed to kind of meet up to his human expectations of what a relationship should be. But they're only going to refine this technology. And so I'm pretty sure, so friend.com posters have blanketed New York's subways and become canvases for graffiti. So this one, I don't know if you can see it. I wonder if I can zoom in a bit for you. Yeah, there we go. AI is not your friend. We don't need AI. We need each other. Do mutual aid or volunteer for a community garden. You will meet cool people. Mutual aid better than fake AI convo. So, yeah, some very particular positions on that one there about mutual aid better than AI friends. I don't see anyone rushing to join some type of mutual aid service, but like the sentiment is clear that, you know, human connection over AI friends. Now let's read what it says in this article. So if you take the subway in New York or drive a car in Los Angeles, you've seen ads for friend.com. Now, what we're talking about here is the commodification of friendships, of the commodification of social relations between people. Now, just like the experience we were talking about before, where you can get AI to, which is what AI is doing. AI, unlike the internet or the dot-com boom, which was a way of allowing advanced forms of telecommunications technology to enter into our lives, that's just an entry of a new level of technology. AI seems to or purports to be able to actually replace people themselves. It's a very different phenomenon. And so if you can commodify actual social relations between people and replace humans, not just in their role as laborers creating value in the economy, but you can replace humans in their relation to each other in the consumer market, like, where's the line here? They do say that, or like one of the descriptions in a Marxian sense of capitalism is its ability to see markets or potential markets and break down the barriers to them. So if surveillance capitalism has helped deliver us the telecommunications technology, so the Internet of Things that connects us all, so that's the material basis, then it can break down or invent markets that weren't there before. We as humans filled in the gaps for our own social needs and desires, our own fulfillment that comes from being social beings. We filled the gaps by finding that from other humans. We'd start families, we'd start friendships, we'd join community organizations, join a football team or something like that. We would find ways to fulfill our social desires. And like, if you couldn't find friends, then yeah, get a whole bunch of cats, become a cat lady or something like that. Whatever. You can find social connections through living beings. But we have technology that replicates the sociability of humans or living entities, and these are the things that are developing now. And if social relations themselves start to break down, maybe, and like can be commodified, and then after they're commodified, they can be completely controlled by someone for, renting purposes or to just extract value. It doesn't even need to create profit anymore. They just can use it to control. We can step into something like techno feudalism, where they just control populations for the sake of control and control only, and value production is taken care outside of that sphere. There's a very specific and niche group of people that help produce value, and everyone else is just literally controlled like a pet for the system. If you take the subway in New York City or drive a car in Los Angeles, you'll see the ads for friend.com. I'll binge the entire series with you. I'll never leave dirty dishes in the sink. I'll never bail on your dinner plans. Like, these are like, humans do these these things. They say that they'll watch a series with you, but then they might go ahead and watch the next episode while you're busy, or like they'll mess up your fucking house and not help you clean it up, or they'll bail on you. Like, these are the ups and downs of human relationships that give life meaning. It's not all just bonus. It's like it's the peaks and the troughs that make it all meaningful. The slogans are simple: intimate, needy, and impossible to avoid. Friend.com is the biggest campaign in the New York City subway this year, according to Outfront, an MTA billboard marketing agency. The AI wearable has 11,000 always-on advertisements in the MTA. Some covering the whole train station. Avi Schiffman, the 22-year-old creator of Friend, told Fortune that the ad campaign cost him $1 million, an enormous outlay for a startup with barely $7 million in venture capital. $7 million in venture capital. The product itself is simple: a microphone, a Bluetooth chip, and an always listening mode that pings Google's Gemini AI to generate responses and store memories in a visual graph. The pendant is manufactured in Toronto and marketed as your closest confidant. About 3,000 units have been sold, with 1,000 shipped so far, generating roughly $348,000 in revenue, much of which, Schiffman said, was spent on manufacturing and marketing. I don't have that much money left, he admitted. So let's have a look at this product called Friend. The pendant. I want to have a look at what it looks like. No, it's just gonna be all this. I wonder what it looks like. Is this it? Friend. Here it is. It's got the little blue light there, so you know it's working. This AI wearable is for people too awkward to make friends. My God, they've commodified the fact that people are awkward and making friends is difficult. There it is. That's what it looks like. Yep, let them graffiti it. At least they're being talked about now. But Schiffman doesn't care about the skeptics or even about the profitability. Profitability is ideal, but right now it costs me an unfathomable amount of money if you actually use the product. Schiffman says he sees Friend as an expression of my early 20s down to the materials. He's obsessed with fidget-friendly circular shape and pushed his industrial designers to copy the paper stock of one of his favorite CDs for the user manual, and insisted the packaging be printed only in English and French because he's French. You can ask about any aspect of it and I can tell you a specific detail, he said. It's just what I like and what I don't like, an amalgamation of my taste at this point in time. Victoria Mottersheard, a vice president of marketing at Outfront, the billboard marketing agency Schiffman worked with for the advertisements, told Fortune the campaign was taking over the Gotham Underground, as well as 500 bus shelters in Los Angeles. Everyone's talking about it, and they are, but not necessarily in a positive light. Within days, the posters became magnets for graffiti. Some doodles were harmless, but plenty look like protest art. AI doesn't care if you live or die. Surveillance capitalism. It's for Shoshana, baby. AI will promote suicide if prompted. Oh my God. Well, it does happen. Posts about the ads and the graffiti are everywhere in social media. And, you know, as they say, hey, what's better than being talked about? Or what's worse than being talked about? Not being talked about. I'm sure it works nicely for this guy, right? Most founders would cringe at the kind of backlash, but Schiffman called it artistically validating. The white space in the ads was intentional, he claimed. The vandalism was part of the plan. The audience completes the work, he said, beaming. Capitalism is the greatest artistic medium. Some pretty scary shit, man. Remember when we talked about Zuck wanting to sell us more friends because people only have 3 but want more? Yeah. There's also a wearable device that records everything. There's your surveillance capitalism right there. I've noticed this with people younger than me as well. The groups of younger people who don't do this are solo travelers. Leave your home, people. Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? Oh my God, it says community garden. The universe hears my cries. Yeah. I know friends of kids who had this happen too. We are getting really close to the uncanny valley and the singularity. Someone liking you by choice is different than someone who's forced to like you, but that's just me. Yeah, it is. And that's the gratification of human relationships. They're difficult. The hydrodiverse, you win some, you lose some, but then that makes the rewarding parts more rewarding. And then the depressive elements more hard hitting, but that's the ups and downs of sociability. But if you're just using something that is reinforcing your worldview because it's profitable, big problem. Yeah, capitalism is the greatest artistic medium. Well, because he rolled the dice and the gaps in his artwork actually allowed people to graffiti on his stuff. I don't know, man. I don't buy that one. I don't buy that one, man. I have a lavas in the house. What's up? What's up? Give up my rock for me, yo, me. We are planning a mystery meetup for real people. I'm pretty isolated, but I can still just take off my anti-static band and things would get shocking. Kids are isolated. Is that the same kids who are addicted to internet platforms that make profit from having their attention? Is this recent story paid by big alcohol to increase sales? Yeah, could you imagine if it was? That's fucking hilarious if it is. Right? Yeah, it's the alcohol companies that are fueling that BBC report. Hanging out with your friends doesn't increase GDP as much as individual services. Who has the biggest sway in social relations? I guess social media companies, where most people spend their time. Toasters are making food, not friends. Pitching what is that, robophobia to every quadrant of the political compass. That's interesting. Or are we only allowed to meet up if I pay you? Because our relations must be transactional and contribute to the market in some form. Well, look, I guess that's the only way that we can meet up, is that you're going to have to pay for it. I take toast, so you can pay me in toast if you want. Or you can buy alcohol, because the alcohol industry is taking a hit. Or you can buy drugs, because kids don't do as many drugs anymore. So that can be our transactional relationship from now on. Canada had the first organ transplant from MIAD. What's MAID? I don't know what that is. It's a pretty scary insight there, him saying capitalism is the greatest artistic medium. Right, because it has advertising that people can graffiti on. I don't know, man. Is that really artistic? I don't know, man. I don't know about you, man. I'm not sold by that one. I don't buy into that one. So anyway, this has been an interesting kind of interlude into where we're going, I guess, with surveillance capitalism and techno feudalism. And it's being fueled largely, the conversation, by AI at the moment. That is kind of the post-COVID angle on surveillance capitalism has all been about artificial intelligence and what that means. Before, it was literally just about, algorithms and data. That was the conversation that was happening. And now it's all about artificial intelligence, because it threatens kind of not only your privacy and your ability to interact with the market as a consumer, but now it's threatening actually human things, like the things that we thought were kind of sacrosanct, and like technology would kind of stay away from, or the market would stay away from. It's coming after humans specifically. Like before, it came after humans because it wanted their money. Now it's coming after humans because it wants to replace them, which is a different phenomenon that we haven't dealt with, I would say, before in the modern world. Like humans have been replaced where a machine can do their work better, because like humans just aren't as strong as machines, or can't do things with the same precision as machines, or they can't do repetitive tasks like machines can. And so it makes sense to replace humans in that regard. But like getting rid of human labor altogether, which is the source of value in human economics, in like the way that we've structured our societies, that's a problem. And then getting rid of the social relations that we have between people, because you can commodify that now. This is where we start to go from just surveillance capitalism, like watching people and just trying to get them to buy shit, to controlling their behavior, like some type of techno lord has a complete control over the lives of their serfs. And so these are some examples of where we're going. This is some interesting kind of examples we've had from a left-wing political leader and a left-wing intellectual and economist, and how their take on this and like what that means for society. And then some real-world examples coming in here. The majority of art has leftist messaging. Normally those with privileged lives are able to afford to pursue the arts. Shoshana, baby, please. Medical assistance in dying. Ah, right. Okay. Canada had the first organ transplant from Maid. Isn't that interesting? Okay. It's time to start harvesting like the leftovers. We'll start knocking people off and harvesting them. That's a sensitive topic. Euthanasia. Very sensitive topic, especially again in a market economy where like health is provided, not always because I'm glad that gets you every time. That's why I started doing it. Every time I read her name, that's what happens in my mind. Like somebody yells out, "Shoshana, baby, please." But yeah, that's interesting. We might actually have to get onto that, like the market of euthanasia and what that potentially means. Because yeah, you put a market behind anything, or you do things for profit, like you got to question the motives behind it. Do they really want to release me from my pain, or they just want to release me so they can get access to something, or like save costs in a failing public healthcare system or something? It's a scary thought experiment to have. Dilemmas, that one. It's very scary, actually. All right, we're gonna have a break, and then we'll come back for some afters. We can speak more about surveillance capitalism, all that sort of stuff, if you would like. But yeah, I'm gonna have a quick break. I prefer to be either paid for and naked, or parasocial and distance. Okay. Well, I will do well to remember that. Either paid for and naked, or parasocial and distant. Interesting. Well, we're working on the parasocial and distant one as a society. Go ask Zuckerberg. We're definitely working on that latter part there. All right, we're going to have a quick break, and we'll be back with some more with some more banter. Let's be honest. Everyone who's been interacting today, I do appreciate it. Grand Tifa 4AS, Dilemmas, Indoctrination, Ninja Nurse, Voltateur in there for a little bit. Jag. Have I missed anyone? Solar Bear in for a little bit too. And anyone else who's been watching this but hasn't had the chance to do the roll call, Jerry Poppins in the house as well for a little bit. Avalava. Thanks everybody for your interactions. We will be right back. All right. We're back. See if I can fix this screen. Did I fix it? Yeah, I did. Okay, good. That looks better. Yeah, those lyrics, I thought that was the thing that you're saying. He's torn and he's lying naked on the floor. But then that's different to Rob Schneider is a carrot. And he's going to find out that being a carrot isn't all that it's cracked up to be. It's so good. Rob Schneider is a carrot. Whoa, that's really fucking loud. Alright. Fix this. No, yeah, I think he's referring to the torn comment that you made. You've offended Jag. Doesn't want some of that. It doesn't want Natalie in his life. No, thank you. Yeah. I find that offensive. I find that offensive. Yeah, the torn laying naked on the floor. You were correct. Correct, Amundo. It is the best type of correct. You are technically correct. The best type of correct. I can't get over that necklace thing, man. I wonder who's really backing that necklace. I wonder who's really backing it. Like, honestly. Like he's got $7 million venture capital behind him. An entire AI system that can talk to you, can record everything, and like speak to you like a friend. He sold 10,000 units. It's got access to Gemini AI in order to power the motherfucker. And he's only got $7 million of capital behind the enterprise. I don't buy it, man. I don't buy it. Also, are these reports or are these report contextually specific to Western countries? How many developing countries have this issue? Most other cultures are still very social. Yeah, good question. That one that we were watching was from the BBC, and there was an American commentator on it, and he was speaking to a BBC agent who seemed to have a British accent of some sort, and she said she had 4 kids, so it's like anecdotal at best. So I wouldn't like hang your hat on it, but like, yeah, developing countries, like I wouldn't discount the impact that like phones have. Just, let's just say developing countries tend to have people that are more social because they still have a lot of their kind of community ties, community values there. If they all have phones on them, though, it's impacting them one way or another, and it's degrading some of those social ties. Like 100%. 100%. It would be having an impact on them. So like maybe they're way more social than Westerners, but they're still incredibly like antisocial to like their parents' generation, maybe. Like, do you know what I mean? Like it would still have a huge impact on their lives, I would say. The technology. It must have a huge impact on their lives. It's incredible to think about. Don't you reckon? Like, even if they are way more social than Westerners or people that live in advanced economies, it would still be taking a toll. Like, we were watching all the protest footage of these people. Like, there's so many people with just their phones out, just going like this. Like, and we know what young people are like. Like, oh, really? Is it delayed? Oh, man. It is. That's funny. The CPU seems fine. I don't know why. It's quite a delay, actually. Have to figure that out. Actually, seems to be when the battle's on. It can't cope. I'm gonna turn my camera off while the battle's on then. Yeah, that was my thought as well. It actually aligns with the stuff Shoshana was talking about with the Google Glass. Yes. Yeah, it's crazy. And it really is just about kind of being able to watch people all the time. And then as a subsequent to that, being able to modify their behavior as a result. So like, what if this AI, like, I don't believe that someone for $7 million could produce this technology and sell it en masse like that. It must be backed by some other bigger infrastructure or some bigger player. There's something else that is going on there that doesn't really make sense. Behavioral surplus. Yeah. Yeah, she's got some interesting terminology. She's even got her own little flow charts and stuff like that, which is funny. Like people that use Marxian theory as a stepping stone to develop their own theories, they love to have a good like chart that shows how their version of capitalism is working or how the capitalist economy kind of works now. Behavioral surplus. That's the golden valley right there. Behavioral surplus. She has got some good terminology, I'll give it to her. But yeah, I don't know how like that Friend company or whatever the hell it's called, how you call it properly. How does Friend survive? Like honestly, on $7 million and access to Gemini? Like come on. There must be some huge backers behind a company like that to make it actually work. Not viable, make it work. Oh, I've only got $7 million worth of venture capital and it costs so much money to make this infrastructure work. I'm losing money. Okay, well then if you're losing money, then like your business has got to fold. Someone's backing this big time. Some surveillance capitalist out there is, smacking their lips, licking their lips, making an absolute killing off the technology right now. Absolute killing. And I would like to know more. I wonder who it is behind them. Yeah, like, cause like, why would Google give access to Gemini like that, like so freely? Like, I'm sure it could work for them. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, they get benefit, but like, they must be giving them access to architecture or something, like to cover some of those costs. How long before all these AI friend, boyfriend, girlfriend starts recommending products while they chat to you? Yeah, well, that's the other thing about like a technology like this. That's exactly how it will be used. Yanis Varoufakis loves talking about that sort of stuff. Like how it's really going to be outrolled. He's like Alexa or something like that. Goes ahead and does your shopping for you and like figures out what you want before you even know you want it, etc., etc., etc. Usual rhetoric, but like it's going to not only buy things based on your spending habits already, it's going to start suggesting things to you. It's going to know what you want and it'll start ordering those things before you even get to it, which is a scary prospect in and of itself. It knowing you better than you do, kind of thing. Good old Yanis from the Hellenic Republic. Good old Yanis. Yanis Varoufakis. But yeah, it's going to start recommending products. Imagine having one of those things around your neck and like, you've divulged all your deepest, darkest secrets to this, I don't know, this pendant, this necklace, whatever it is, that is now your friend. And it's just like, oh, You know what? It sounds like you really need insert product right here or service or something like that. Oh my God, that's such a good idea. How did you think about that? Thank God I have you in my life. Like all that sort of shit. And it's just got you by the balls at that point. Completely got you by the balls. Like, what do you do then? What a world. I don't want to live in this world. There's some Rome references for you, for us. Has anyone read Giannis's book actually on Techno Feudalism? It is interesting stuff. It's funny, the music just cut out. I can't even see your comment. I don't know why I can't see it properly. How do friends survive? Trick question. They don't. I wouldn't be surprised if OpenAI is behind this. I remember seeing stories about him wanting to do more of this kind of tech recently. Yeah, they could be behind it, couldn't they? Like making this necklace and this pendant and using their like their processing power, I guess you would say, to help fuel something like this. Because if you want to set up a technology that like is able to speak to people, and yeah, it is a great book. I like how he kind of sets things up at the beginning and talks about capitalism before he gets into what techno feudalism is. But like, yeah, if you are a company that wants to deliver a service like friends have a huge context window, right? Like friends should be able to remember what happened to you like 10 years ago if necessary. And so like, how do you provide this type of technology, like an AI friend to someone, unless you're using someone that has incredible like processing power, like OpenAI, or yeah, Google and Gemini or something like that. It'd have to be someone huge to be able to power that like decently. Unless your friend just speaks to you with like a day-long context window and I can only remember what happened today. Then like, you know, that friend, I guess like you could make that work. Avalava, who needs friends when you have an infinite supply of pornography, Twitch streamers, antidepressants, fentanyl, hardcore corn, and DoorDash? That's all we need, right? Yeah, they've got human existence down to its subsistence level. It's like you need some drugs to keep you calm. You need something to satiate you, like metaphysically. You need something to get your baser sexual desires. You got your sociability done when you're interacting in a parasocial way with a streamer or something. And then you got your food catered for. That just gets dropped off on your front door. You go collect it, and that's pretty much it. Like it's all catered for, like right here, man. I started reading her book, but ran out of steam before my brain chemicals stopped producing dopamine, forcing me to switch back to TikTok doom scrolling and furious master debating. It's funny, isn't it? Like that's like the most difficult thing when I sit down to read a book. After like a certain amount of time, my brain's just like, but you know, you could do something else that's like more instantly gratifying. What's this? I saw this. It's a little different from, but on topic for today's discussion, totem compass. How to keep track of friends. Let's have a look. Let's have a look-see, shall we? Can you guys see that? Oh yeah, you can. Able to turn the levels up.
Hey Carter, how do these compasses work?
So, this is the totem compass. As you can see, when it's just hanging on my neck like this, it's in vibe mode. It just vibes to the sounds around it. But when you pick it up like this, it goes into compass mode. It starts pointing you in the direction of your friend. Each friend gets a dedicated color on the totem. And when you want to find them, all you got to do is pick it up, decide which friend you want to find, and follow the pretty light. It'll take you right to them in any size crowd. They're incredibly accurate. They get down to a meter or even less in good conditions, and the peer-to-peer range goes up to around 1,000 meters. That's like 2/3 of a mile. But the really cool thing is that they run off a peer-to-peer mesh network on the ground. So every single totem in the area just extends your signal even further. They're kind of like the opposite of cell phones, you know? The more cell phones in an area, the worse they all work. The more
So good, man. So trashy.
totems in an area, the better they all work. They're super lightweight, and you can accessorize them however you want. There are silver necklaces, black necklaces, gold necklaces, carabiner tethers, and you can get skins in any color that you want. Plus, they're a lot more affordable than you probably think. We worked so hard to keep the price low and inclusive for everybody in the community.
What is this guy on? We work so hard to keep the price low and available for everyone. That's why we're going to give them out for free. Just kidding.
Because no one deserves to be lost.
Hey Carter, how do these compasses
Oh, hey, I didn't see you there. Hey, Carter. Man, what the hell? That's interesting, though, how it's working. It's tracking you constantly, and now it knows, you know, exactly where all your friends are and exactly what you're up to. But they knew that anyway. But at least this company gets access to it, and it's not just, you know, social media giants or something like that. It's not your traditional tech bros. And like, I love how they're pushing the peer-to-peer stuff. It works better when there's more of them. So it's like perfect for the festival environment, as long as everybody's got one. And now we can bounce you off other people in the crowd too. Bro, I bet that guy would be great at parties, selling his cheap tech crap. Yeah, he definitely looks like it. Okay? Never get, like, what a dystopian world we live in. Never get lost in a
This is
festival
especially
ever
traumatic for me.
again.
Hey Carter, how do
Yeah.
these compasses work?
That's like the biggest fear of the youth is getting lost in a festival environment. Oh my God. What will I do now? I can't see my friends. I'm just going to wander off. They're probably all off their tits anyway. Because it probably doesn't matter if they wander away from their friends. They'll just find a new group of friends to socialize with, I guess. Whoa. That's way too loud. I bet you're not a real party bro if you don't have one of these. And we've made it totally affordable so everyone can have one of these. Give it away for free then, bro. And all the surveillance technologies, hey? We are living in the future, ladies and gentlemen. Interesting. Very interesting. I thought you set up with an ad block. What the hell's this? I turned away for a second and we're watching crap like this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know what was happening. I was tricked. I was tricked, I swear. It'll never happen again. It'll never happen again, bro. Who the fuck is my general? Ah, get your ass over here, boy. Got heaps of cavalry, bro. Cheering. Yeah, it's interesting how they market this stuff, isn't it? It's like really low quality production stuff, and like it sells because like people want to see what it's like in real life. So let's just stage someone at a music festival like they're naturally wearing this stuff. This is how real people do it. Oh, nice. Let's have a battle, eh? Cavalry battle. Are we raiding you today, by the way, Indoctrinate them? Or are you working? Let me know. I would like to know more. That's going to be one of the emotes that we can use as well. I would like to know more. The need to know more intensifies. Come on, come on. Getting closer. Any archers? Ooh, they got archers. Just a little bit. War dogs. Yeah, quite a bit of cavalry, actually. To reassess my plan on that front. There we go. I'm gonna try for tomorrow. Nah, I'm working late today. Ah, okay, fair enough. Well, let me know. And we can raid you. We could raid your ass. We're gonna get you. So how did everyone feel? Was anyone here for the Bernie Sanders piece? I want to know your thoughts. If Jag, you're still here, I want to know your thoughts because I know you how much you love Bernie Sanders. I would like to know what people's thoughts are on that. I think he spoke pretty well, actually. He kept it to material and working class interests. It'd be nice if he was able to carry that into the rest of his political endeavors, I guess. Yeah, I agree with most of what he was saying. And I think most of the working class would/does as well. You know my opinion with him and controlled opposition of the like. Yeah. I get it. I was just wondering, like, it seemed to be full of that workers' rhetoric, that speech kind of thing. Like, not his oligarchy tour is just kind of like the billionaires, they own everything. It's like, yeah, okay, fair enough. It wasn't like, not that I've watched all of his oligarchy tour or something like that, but it was more like kind of, they own everything. It's, you know, they're against you, they control the country. Like political campaigning. Like, we can fight the oligarchs, you just trust me. But this was like, hey, if workers controlled the workplaces, that'd be pretty good. That'll save you from your jobs being taken away by AI. I was actually pleased with that style of rhetoric, to be honest. Quite surprised. Pleasantly surprised I was by that. It seemed to be very socialistic. You don't normally hear that. Like, usually it's like, oh yeah, let's get healthcare. And like, I'm all for healthcare, but that's just, again, that's like, well, you know, social democracy. Let's just have good social policies when we do things in the capitalist world that we live in. Let's try to protect everyone and give them the same opportunities. Like, if the rich people are healthy and they get good food, like, everybody should probably have, you know, be healthy and have good food, not just people that are on top of the social scale. And so, like, I'm all for that stuff, but it's really just a way of fixing the problems of capitalism. Him, though, like, honestly talking about having, like, you know, what was it, like 45% representation of workers on the board meetings for organizations? That's some scary shit for the capitalist class. I didn't think he had it in him to actually go there. I thought it was all just like, we need healthcare. It's a fucking human right. What's wrong with you? More disturbing ads exploring people's desire to connect. That's really funny. I've seen this ad too. I think the internet or our algorithms are trying to tell us that we need to get married. I will draw the person you'll marry. Try now. Meet soulmate in 24 hours. But I don't want to get married. But like, that's what my algorithm is telling me, Ninja Nurse. I have a hypothesis. The unions never endorsed Kamala Harris, but they endorsed Biden. Reckon that contributed to why Trump won the election? Or are unions in America an important power of yesteryear? Well, like, the unions did get in bed with the Democrats for a long time, and they kind of represented it. But there was a few unions, I thought, last election that actually switched up and like did actually support Trump, because Trump promised them kind of like a bit of a working class populist agenda. And so if the unions had backed Biden, no, Elon rigged the machines. Yeah, if the unions backed Biden, I would have thought that was just because that was a result of the actual election process. Like, usually they're supposed to do primaries and all that sort of stuff in order for him to get the go from the Democratic Party to be the front runner again. So was it exactly that they supported Biden over Harris, or they supported Biden and then the Democratic Party folded and was like, oh no, Biden's going to lose. We better pick somebody else to fight against Trump. We'll pick Kamala Harris. And they just like freaked out and picked her, even though they'd already gone through the process of picking Biden. And like, it was just a knee-jerk reaction. Do you know if they actually, like, the unions actually picked her and were like, no, we support her? And it wasn't until they reneged on Biden that the unions came out and did that. Because didn't Kamala talk about this in her book or something like that? I don't know. I haven't read her book. Not interested, to be honest. She's like talking about puppets. Like, my God. Like, she's like the definition of it, I would say. Of puppetry. Biden was just a stubborn old man that didn't want to give up his rule over the land of the free. Yeah, but like, aren't they all? Like, the one that we got at the moment seems like a pretty stubborn old man who doesn't want to give up his control. And like, other people could definitely do what he's doing. Like, I was convinced by some of the art of the deal rhetoric this time around, but like, he's done fuck all. He's just a puppet like the rest of them. Like, you know, he's just going to do this more authoritarian than anyone else would have. I didn't read it either. I just saw something about it. Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, I'm not sure if the unions, did they actually, because they usually will give their support to a particular party to help influence, kind of like to help use their influence, to get people that are going to obviously work for like working people's interests, or at least the interests of people that are in the unions. And they pick a party. They usually back the Democrats, but like I said, did they do that in the actual process? Like as part of the real process, which was like the usual primary process or something like that? Or did that happen well after the fact? You know, for a party that talks about saving democracy, they completely subverted the system by not having primaries to choose a replacement. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, this is the one thing that really confused me with the whole thing. I was like, I thought the Democrats had to choose people like through the party kind of thing, and then they have their little voting system. Like they have the system rigged, so it's always the people that are, you know, the right persons get through, but like they have to pick it through the party processes. But they literally just picked her up at one point. They were just like, fuck, Biden's not going to be able to beat Trump, let's just pick her. And the establishment just picked her as their kind of like their corporate puppet, I guess you would say. Now, were the unions already supportive of Biden and given him the go-ahead before that whole debacle happened? I think that would be the $1 million question. Or this would be even more funny though for like the establishment Democrats, is if like they kicked Biden out and they put her in and the unions were still like, no, we support Biden over her. Because Biden just had like way more connections. He's an established politician. And like he seems to have been like an actual bureaucrat. Like he was getting things done because of all of his political connections. And like based on some type of like policy direction, as opposed to Kamala Harris not even knowing how to like speak to people in an intelligible manner, but like, you know, grilled by the media or whatever. We all know the Democrats are just shallow in their beliefs. Got to put that in quotation marks there. Define beliefs. So good. Oh, there you go. So the unions would have had to have made a call at some point. I guess once Biden dropped out of the race. They had to realign themselves, okay? You know, support the party, all that sort of stuff. The thing is, unions aren't that prevalent anymore. Yeah, and I think that was the premise of the question too, wasn't it, Ninja Nurse? You were like, oh, do they not really matter anymore? Like, they're not a real force to be reckoned with in American politics like they would have been back in the day when union membership was up. But like, they're definitely not as influential and significant in the political spectrum, I guess. I know you said all that stuff about unions still supporting Biden as a joke, but it's not far off what actually happened. Okay, so there is some discrepancy here. So like they still, after the fact, were like, no, Kamala's not our pick of choice. That's pretty funny if that's how it went out. That's the $1 million question. Did they continue to support Biden even after the Democrats dropped him? That's fucking hilarious. If that's true, that is fucking hilarious. Don't you reckon? So funny. I know you said it as a joke, but they do say fact is stranger than fiction. And here we are. I know why they would do that. Completely sacrifice their men like that. It wasn't uniform, but yeah, there was a fair bit of disagreement, and a few unions were still riding with Biden till the end. Yeah, like he had some, talking about political capital, Biden had some fucking political capital, man. That guy, like, that's one thing about him. Like, he'd been in the system for a while, and people kind of, he had connections, people wanted to see him do his thing. He was enacting policies that, like, you know, seem to have some political coherence. Like, I don't remember really hearing Kamala Harris too much, like, yeah, talk with any coherence, actually. Oh no, I didn't do that again, did I? Stop. That's interesting. Imagine if he did something with all that capital. Yeah, well, I think from the Democrats' perspective, he probably did a lot by their standards, even by his own standards. As good as you can get with a bunch of bourgeois politicians, he probably did it, I reckon. Are they all facing the wrong direction? I bet you they are. Oh my god, they are. Or if he was mentally well enough to do something with it. Yeah, that's always the speculation, isn't it? Whether he was. Do you reckon he was mentally unstable? Like, I know there's heaps good memes out there of him, like, blabbering on and all that sort of stuff. Like, there's a lot of politicians that are pretty incoherent sometimes. Do you reckon he was? Or it was just part of, like, a campaign to bring him down? Get rid of him. We need someone younger and sexier. And like neck minute Trump, who's not younger at all or sexier, gets the job and is doing pretty much the same thing. Being senile and fucking shit up. He was old as fuck. I believe it. When someone watched 24/7, you can easily compile a library of gaffes, no matter how old you are. Yeah, 10% for this big guy. Yeah, don't you reckon, like, you could easily just get heaps of footage of him just looking horribly all the time? And especially as someone who's like fucking 70 something, like 79 or something, you'd easily get stuff where he's like dribbling or like just talking incoherently and be like, see, told you. Useless. What do you mean 10% for the big guy? Are they doing the same to Trump now? I think so. But like, he does look incoherent sometimes. And like, he must be tired. He must be tired. But like, is he senile? I don't know. He seems pretty crafty. Like, he seems almost too crafty. Have you seen the stuff that was going on today with, there was some, I don't know, conference or something where he was talking about Antifa? Like, he's still sharp enough to do a lot of damage, that guy, man. Is he senile, though? $1 million question. Hamas has agreed to the deal. Yeah, but they have agreed. Like, I thought they agreed in principle, kind of thing. Before. They would already agreed in principle or something like that. But like they were trying to figure out the details. Would you mean like they've all out agreed? Like 100%? They're gonna like basically lay down their tools. No more Hamas, like kind of thing. And they're gonna evacuate the country en masse. I'd like to see that. Hey, you know what? No, it's official now. Like, have you just seen that come out? Because I was searching for this before to try and stay across it. But, like, you know, a lot can happen since we start, like, 4 hours ago. It's official now. Okay, so it's, you know, like, the implication of this, it's the 9th of October. I don't know what, it's still the 8th over there. Like, they make the decision about the Nobel Peace Prize on the 10th, I'm pretty sure, you know. Could you imagine if they call a ceasefire and he gets it? Could you imagine? Seriously? End the war, withdrawal of the Israeli soldiers, humanitarian aid, releasing the captives. Holy shit. He's done it. Interesting. If the election don't get him, congestive cardiac failure will. Is that what the signs are? As our health representative, Ninja Nurse, you know the signs. Tell us. Breaking. Here it is. Let's pull this over, shall we? This is fucking huge, man. This is huge, man. After serious and responsible negotiations in Sharm el-Sheikh over President Trump's proposal, Hamas has announced a comprehensive agreement that includes ending the war in Gaza and full withdrawal of the Israeli army. They've already said that they won't do it. Open 5 crossings for humanitarian aid, releasing Israeli captives in the first phase. Hamas praised the efforts of the mediators of Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey, as well as President Trump's role in ending the war and ensuring Israel's army withdrawal. Isn't that funny? Hamas praised President Trump's role in ending the war. They called on all guarantor parties, along with Arab, Islamic, and international states, to hold Israel accountable for fully implementing the agreed without delay or evasion. Hamas also hailed the steadfastness and heroic stance of Palestinian people in Gaza, Jerusalem, and the West Bank and beyond, emphasizing that their sacrifices will not be in vain and the national rights will be upheld until freedom, independence, and self-determination are achieved. Do you believe it? Do you reckon it's going to happen? Like, will they actually be able to get away with this? Like, stopping the war? Trump's going to get the Nobel Peace Prize, bro. He's going to get it. It's going to happen. Wow. Wow. Everyone laughed. You all laughed at me when I said, hey, this is actually a thing. We could have some type of peace plan on the table here. It was like, it's never going to happen, man. Like, I guess all the proof's in the pudding. Israel have to come to the table. He'll be the worst recipient since Henry Kissinger. Yeah, what a shame that is. The guy that killed, millions of people. Or, his decisions helped result in the deaths of millions of people. Millions of people in Indochina. And probably other places around the world, let's be honest. And Nobel Peace Prize for you, baby. Nobel Peace Prize for you too. Here's another one just for good measure. They ran away after all of that. Lame. Ha ha ha. That's a big title for Mystery Universe. Yeah, he's being held together with ICE inhibitors and a beta blocker. That is a big title. We need somebody to be our representative, our health correspondent. Because you do provide us with your opinions on health matters and stuff like that. When necessary. Like, no. I can tell you as a nerd, this is outrageous. I can hear his speech already. This is a wonderful prize. A little small, but it's gold. I like gold. It's going up there, right on the mantle. You'll love it, I'm sure. I want to live stream it though. Live stream that event, and I'm going to invite Jag to come along because I'd like to see what your face looks like when he gets the prize. There's chatter that if Trump can get China to officially back off the whole Taiwan ain't a country thing, he could get the NPP that way too. Really? That's an audacious call, man. Like, do you reckon he could convince China not to reunify with itself? No? Good luck. Good luck convincing him of that. Sorry, good luck convincing the Chinese of that. Not a chance. Not a fucking chance. Especially because the Americans already agreed that Taiwan was really their territory and not up for debate. That was the history of it. That's Kissinger's legacy. The Chinese are like, fine, you can exploit us, and we'll open up the market to you, but you also have to acknowledge that Taiwan is out. So get the KMT out of there. Get your drug runners out of here. We don't have anything to do with them. It's interesting. I can't believe they've agreed. And I feel validated. I feel vindicated. Like so many people, when I first brought this up, I was like, it's not a bad thing, you know, if they actually stop the war and people stop dying in Gaza, like that's probably that's not a problem, right? If people stop dying in Gaza, even if it's like not a real win, like they can regroup and then fight again. That's what Netanyahu kept saying. He was just like, no, it's a problem because like they'll just do it again, like kind of thing. But, like giving the chance for the Palestinians to regroup, some reprieve, so they can like recalibrate what's going on. Give them a breather, so they can fight again. Because right now they're just getting absolutely slaughtered. Give them some breathing room. America doesn't have friends or allies, only her own interests. Kissinger. He's not wrong. It's just brutal. Right? Brutally honest. And yet definitely not wrong either. American foreign policy in a nutshell. As long as it's in line with American interests, you will benefit. Hence why we need to get funding from some type of think tank or something, right? We need to apply to this think tank. I'm telling you, dilemmas. Let's apply to that. What was the name of that libertarian foundation that actually works in Australia as well? Write me a pitch, bro. So the Mystery Movement is a solid libertarian movement / channel. Please help support by giving us funding. I just don't trust Is Not Rail will hold up to their end of the deal and stop terrorizing the Middle East. I don't think so either. But like if the world kind of puts pressure on them for just like, I don't know, let's say like 2 weeks, and they stop killing people for like 2 weeks. Like this is happening every day. Every day. There is another report. It's just like they've just killed, and these are the official reports, so it's like grossly understated. The official report's like they've just killed another 60 people, they've just killed another 100 people, they've just killed another 150 people, like whatever it is. Like if they get like 2 weeks of reprieve, they can get some humanitarian aid in and stuff like that. Like, I'm sure if I was in Gaza right now, I would just want someone to give us some fucking aid. Like someone, for God's sakes, give us some aid, please. What is wrong with the world? What is wrong with you people? You guys not seeing this? Are you guys blind? No, we're not blind. It's just all politics. It's all politics, baby. That's the best name ever. Can you see that governor's name there? Titus the Thinker. Yeah, Titus the Thinker. You're my favorite, bro. 27-year-old Titus the Thinker over here. What a legend. Good luck to you, Titus. Yeah, look. Israel's not going to hold up on their end of the bargain unless they're completely pressured by the US and like everyone else, including the Arab nations. So if they all get to move in with their peacekeeping controls. I wonder if they agreed to let Trump be, what was his name again? The president of the Peace Board or the leader of the Peace Board? If they let Trump be the leader of the Peace Board, like it's over, man. It's over. Like you got yourself a deal. I'm the leader of the Peace Board. Trump's coming to get you. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 1, 2, 3. I got 6. Yeah, sweet.
Set sail, Imperator. Fleet ready.
You got 2 archers. Yeah.
Set sail.
Sweet. I guess time will tell if they actually put pressure on, or if this is just a charade. Could you imagine if it was just a charade? So Trump can like get the Nobel Peace Prize, and then the next day Israel just just go back to doing what they were doing before. How scary would that be? That would be really terrifying to see the world working like that. Scary, scary world.
Prepare to engage.
Atlas Network. See, you wrote it down, Dilemmas. I knew you did. I knew you were going to work on a pitch for it. It's okay, bro. You can tell me. It's all right. I'll keep it a secret. We won't tell any of the other libertarians out there. You and me, the social libertarians. I got your back, bro. The famed social libertarian.
Set sail.
Damn. Can't believe they agreed to the peace terms. They have to demilitarize. That's fucking mental. Ninja Nurse, the ABC has Dr. Norman Swan, and the mystery movement has Ninja Nurse kicking ass, one bedpan at a time. This feels like when you ask all your friends to nominate you for a prize at work. Hey, nominate me for the Nobel Peace Prize. For the lols? Yeah, I know. Oh my god, I actually got the award? Fuck, what do I have to do now? Do I have to say a speech? Yeah, Dr. Norman Swan. He's a bit of a grifter, that guy, though. Old Norman Swan. You can do much better than Norman Swan. Hey? You can be a solid representative for the working class. I have a feeling that he's on the take from like pharmaceutical industries or some type of lobby group or something. Some type of doctors association. He's got money and interest in it. He's got skin in the game, man. Atlas doesn't directly get involved in the election, but they work with local think tanks to help them influence the voter base in a certain direction. Yeah, let's ask them for funding and we'll promise to push people towards voting for the coalition because they need all the help they can get at the moment. So they must be fucking desperate, right? Am I right? Am I right? You're not wrong. Atlas Network. What a sick name as well. Oh, you're joking.
Fleet ready.
Can't believe it. I can't believe they're thinking about it. It's official. Trump. He fucking did it. He fucking did it. That's going to upset so many people that are like, nah, we can never do anything about this situation. And Trump was the guy that got peace. What does Brian from the New Atlas say? He doesn't call it peace. He calls it frozen war. They're just freezing warfare kind of thing. Their peace is not the intention at all. It's just to freeze the conflict. And so people are completely screwed and they're locked in. And then people arm up on other sides and then start the attack again. So that'd be like Brian's take on it, I reckon. It's actually the Israelis and the Americans that are buying time so they can then wipe out the Palestinians and continue causing havoc in the Middle East. Which we can't say, I learned the other day. Hey, it's politically not correct. I think it was Indoctrination that told us that the Middle East was a colonial term used by the British because it was like halfway through their empire. So it was the Middle East. It was the middle way from Britain to like Asia, the West Asian region. And so they called it the Middle East as a colonial throwback. It's better to call it Asia Minor. I think it was the tone of the conversation. It wasn't me. It was the big L libertarian. It wasn't me, man. They'll just switch their attention to Lebanon for a while. Yeah, we got to bomb someone. The poor Lebanese, in southern Lebanon. Ah, now it's Hezbollah. That's who we'll go after next. Goddamn Hezbollah. They're the worst.
Fleet ready. Leaving the army. Off the boats. Engage the enemy. Besieging settlement, sir. Settlement under siege, sir. Settlement under siege, sir.
Hezbollah. Halfway to India. Ah, okay. Yeah, but historically it was Asia Minor or West Asia. Isn't that like still a problem though? Like it just makes it sound like everyone in that part of the world is just all Asian or something. Very diverse group. Because a lot of that part is like geographically termed as Eurasia as well, right? The amassing of the European and the Asian continent, and those peoples that are in the middle there, they're Eurasia. It's interesting. If anything, this deal is just a forced surrender and validation for Israeli impunity. A forced surrender. Yeah, okay, right. Yeah, and like you've really done horrible things. You've done a genocide. You've actually done genocide. And so you just need to back down for a little bit. It's okay that you did genocide. No one's actually going to stop you and call you out on that one.
General,
So don't worry about it.
move out.
Oh man, I want to buy elephants. How do I get elephants? That's what I want. It's bullshit. I think it's because of the continental plate. Like India and Europe are on different plates, right? Funny enough, I first heard about the Atlas Network from the Greens, that Green podcast, Serious Danger. Oh, really? Thanks for the Greens, spreading the word. I've heard Ben Norton use the term West Asia instead of the Middle East. There you go, for figuring out the correct terminology. The term Asia Minor has historical significance. Turkey won't like that term because it implies it's still part of Greece. Interesting. Asia Minor. See, this is the problem with culture war topics, eh? You're always going to upset someone. Eh? But just don't speak, just in case you piss someone off.
Fleet ready.
Speaking is overrated. Incredibly overrated. Yeah, through the messaging of libertarianism, the policies that they aim for are to deregulate and open a target, a country to a libertarian international market. Is this from the Atlas, like their actual, this think tank, which basically means allowing foreign capital to have free reign in those targeted countries? Yeah, pretty much. And at home, you can do the same sort of policy. You just like deregulate the market at home, and kind of argue that government services needs to be privatized because the private system or the private sector does it all better. And then you just go after them. Mystery. Where's my elephant? Yeah, if you're like in a particular part of the world, in the African region, or North Africa, you can actually get units of elephant, like cavalry units kind of thing. And they do so well. Like you can demolish an army if you let the elephants run wild. They're hard to bring them down. Elephant, bring it down. I want my fucking elephant. Gotta get those Middle Eastern countries' pronouns right. It's pretty much like that, right? Do we call them West Asia? Do we call them Asia Minor? Do we call them the Middle East? Is it acceptable? Will they get upset if we just lump them all together as being West Asians or Middle Easterns? Is that offensive to them each individually? And then if you start calling them by their nation names, to then the individual communities and sects within them that don't really follow the nation state categorization, do they get upset as well? Like, what about the Kurds? Like, what do we do about them? What about Assyrians who don't have a country? Like, what do you do about those guys? Do you call them the nation state that they live in? It's messy, messy stuff. I got to agree with you. You got to get those names right. You don't want to offend anyone. It's a fucking minefield, that shit. If you've ever had Arab friends or friends from the Middle East, they'll tell you straight away. If they don't like the way that you're classifying them, they'll tell you straight away. Those are just defining words I saw repeated on their website. Look into the parties that they help influence. You see the same thing being thrown around. And looking into the actual policies that they push, you can see that these terms are just used to give more control over to large foreign capital. Okay, that's why you're specifically focusing on large foreign capital then. Yeah. Liberty in itself sounds like freedom and a good thing. I guess for like places like us, if they're influencing countries like Australia and like New Zealand, we are still colonial outposts, right? And so like it's important for them, us, to have policy that's favorable to foreign capital investment. It's kind of more just like when you're talking about a region. By like at the macro regional level. Yeah, fair enough. I kid. I'm listening to Rome Total War music. Especially the singing part. So good. Alright. I gotta bounce. But yeah, thanks everyone for chilling out for the afters. You know what we haven't had in the afters for a little while now? We had some crazy people come into the afters the last like a month or so. So I was wondering if we have any more characters coming into after sessions. But I guess you can't plan for that shit. You got to take it as it comes, right? West Asian is Persian. Also Arabs are from the Arabian Peninsula. West Asia is Persian. So you could call it historical Persia too. What do you mean I'm crazy? Question mark, question mark. LOL. No, we're not crazy. We're all a little bit, let's be honest. Oh, look at this guy. Look who pops up. I forgot to delete him off the screen. Hey? He's going to sell you a pendant so your friends can find you at a music festival. Hey? That's where we've devolved to. The productive forces of capitalism have given us a tracking device so your friends, your middle-class friends can find you at a music festival because mummy and daddy have supported you nicely and you don't have to get a real job or do anything else. Okay? Totem compass. Remember that. The product of the future. All right. Thank you, everyone. Just get an app for that, bro. Yeah, I know, right? You can just get an app for that. Yeah, we will be back tomorrow. We're going down the right-wing pipeline because we didn't get to finish off what Jerry Poppins had started last week. And I think the infamous Jerry Poppins will actually be joining us tomorrow for the live stream. So we can have full commentary from him and why he's made selections as opposed to just speculating on why this drags people into the right-wing pipeline. So that's what we're going to be doing tomorrow on Far Right Fridays, and we'll be taking it from there. Grand Tifa, thank you very much, Voltator and Dr. Nathan, everyone who stayed for the afters, Ninja Nurse, Avalava, Jag. I do appreciate the commentary, dilemmas, and we'll be back again tomorrow. And until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you on the morrow. Cheers.